Big things are happening in H-Town, and Mecum has you covered.
Excuse me.
Fast Fords, stunning Mopars, plus power and style to satisfy every taste. The Mecum machine has arrived in Houston. Let's get moving.
King is a hit to Coco, yeah. Now kneel down at my throne. 'Cause the king is a hit to Coco, wherever I may roam. 'Cause the king is a hit to Coco.
Oh yeah, it is go time. We are ready for liftoff on our final day in Houston. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Danielle, Trotta. Great to have you along for the ride here. We are live for the next 6 hours on ESPN+. And I promise, Texas has a little bit of everything, including horsepower. So if you love it, put down the remote, because I promise you, it's here. Right now, let's send it right over there to my buddy, Chris Jacobs.
Oh, thanks, Danielle. Well, yesterday we had 2 wing cars go across the block. One of which, this Daytona, went for $295,000. Got another wing car going today. This Superbird is dressed up in beautiful high-impact lemon twist. Under the hood is a V-Code 440, backed up by a 4-speed pistol grip transmission. Only 308 of the 1,935 produced left the factory with that combination. And Danielle, the best part about this bird, it's going across the block today at no reserve.
I love it, Chris Jacobs, and there's plenty more in store. Bill Stevens, I know a Viper really gets your engine all revved up, and we've got a 2006 crossing the block later today you've got to see.
ODT, just a car that helped you cut through the bland aftertaste of your obsequious lifestyle. Is that a 500 horsepower Viper? Au contraire, twin turbo 8.3 liter V10 with over 1,000 horsepower. 0 to 60 about 3 seconds, top speed well over 200 miles an hour. 6-speed manual transmission, and underneath, special Mopar upgraded suspension and brake system. It stops as well as it goes. Black all the way around. Those are ACR American Club Racer wheels, painted black, silver stripes, and this will cross the block later today.
Woo! Bill, I'll give you a second to cool down. That is something to get excited about, though. No doubt about it. Scott Hoke, this is going to be a fun final day in Houston.
Oh, it sure will be, Danielle. Trotta, thank you very much. And we'll get right to the action on the block here. And we'll open with a 2008 Mercedes-Benz CLK 350 convertible. Nice drivable car here in the southeast part of Texas.
Ooh, nice color scheme, huh?
Absolutely.
Black
Love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Saddle beige interior. Hey, look, this is the place to come. Mecum is the place to come if you are looking for well-preserved, well-maintained European luxury cars that still have a lot of miles and a lot of life left in them. This is a perfect example, selling at no reserve, bidding right now at only $15,000.
Yep, and that's exactly where you would anticipate that car selling.
Yep.
Price range I'm talking about. And so that one will go to a new owner. And a 1989 F-150 will be along next.
Well, if you haven't had enough pickup trucks after yesterday, oh, man. There'll be more today. This one, not a highly modified truck, and we get them both. We get the original ones you can see under the hood there. This is driver quality. This is not a show truck by any stretch. It's a 5-liter V8 that you just saw with an automatic transmission, some power accessories like steering and brakes, has AC, and an AM/FM stereo with a cassette player, which you can't find anymore.
True.
So I may have to buy this truck so I can listen to all the cassettes I have. They're just sitting in my room.
That red velour plush interior, too.
Yes, my leisure suit package.
That is so 1980s.
Yep. So true indeed.
20 grand on this one. How about the truck going for more than the Mercedes-Benz?
Well, we're in Texas.
Yes.
This is truck country.
And this is really a well cared for pickup truck.
Oh,
short bed,
Yep.
standard cab. And that is, Professor Cramen mentioned that so many times. That is the formula.
Yeah, you can look at the inside of the pickup bed, and that'll tell you what kind of life it's had.
Right.
Obviously, they weren't hauling chainsaws around in the back of that. So it's in pretty original condition back there.
18 grand for it. And another Chevy pickup truck right behind it is this 86 K10.
Yeah, the F-150, the opposite number is the Chevy, the K10 here. This is 350 powered, K10 rather. And you know, it's funny, the F-150 Ford for years was the #1 selling truck, #1 selling vehicle in the country. And the folks at Chevrolet were always kind of playing catch up and never could quite get there. But this truck, just like that Ford, Scott, look at the condition of this truck. This has been loved its entire life. Similar equipment on this as the Ford as well, with the power steering and brakes and the factory air.
Did I call that Ford a Chevy? I think I might have.
I didn't notice. I was still hyperventilating over the Viper.
I'm sure you were.
At $24,000 bid, you're going to get $25,000 bid at 24. $25,000.
24 for this one.
Last call. 25,000. So,
I think we need to get an accessory oxygen tank up here for you when you do have those hyperventilation episodes.
Oh, I could use it. Yep.
Oh dear. You are right. Well, it sold for 24, I believe, was the number on that pickup truck. Well, we welcome you to the booth here, high above the red carpet. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, of course. Welcome to our program today on ESPN Plus here until 7 o'clock Eastern. You know, yesterday Ferrari kind of stole the show, and if not for that wing car that Chris Jacobs told us about a little while ago, it would have been a Ferrari podium sweep. Today, on the other hand, we expect solid American muscle, both vintage and modern, to dominate the auction block here.
It will be the operative word today. In fact, Scott, we already saw a 1,000 horsepower car that's going to cross the block. How about another one?
I think that would be appropriate right now. This one is kind of a modern car that is definitely a throwback as well.
Yeah, it certainly has a historical connection. This is a 2021 Chevy SS Camaro Yenko SC Stage 2. Of course, Don Yenko revolutionized the whole muscle car world back in the 1960s. And this car, a great reflection of what he did. How about 1,050 horsepower out of that supercharged 6.8-liter V8. 6-speed manual transmission and a lot of other go-fast parts as well. So it will handle and brake as well as it will go. The color, that's called Riverside Blue with silver side stripes. And I got to tell you right now, if Don Yenko were here today, he would be nodding in approval. We'll see this car again later on today, Scott.
No doubt about it. What would you, have you ever driven a 1,000 horsepower car?
The most is 800, and even that one, you know, makes me crazy. Although my Jeep does have 950, but that's at the flywheel, not at the wheels.
Yes.
But, you know, that's,
what would you do with 1,000 horses under your foot?
I don't think anybody wants to imagine. wants to imagine that.
Wow.
That would be very ugly.
This is not a rerun from yesterday. These custom mid-60s, mid-70s pickup trucks are just here in abundance. Here's one from 1967, and look at the bidding on this one.
Yeah, and you know, each one, as I think we've said, is just more spectacular and just overwhelming as the previous one. Great craftsmanship, forethought, and the build quality and the build planning on these trucks. You can see it's reflected all throughout the build. Comprehensive nut and bolt restoration, finished in that beautiful Destroyer gray and white with 625 horsepower. Yeah, out of that 402. And as we mentioned, horsepower, that's what's going to float our boat today.
And how about $85,000? Gentlemen wearing the Auburn ball cap. Wonder who he's cheering for. We will take a break here from our live coverage streaming on ESPN Plus. More coming up in a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Houston. Coming up in today's program, big-time Corvette here. It's a 66 L72. That's 4 1/4 horse, 427. Backed up with a 4-speed. You see the gold lines with the knockoffs. And yep, it's got those J56 heavy-duty brakes too. One of only 382 that left the factory with that setup in 1966. Potential big money on the block for that one, Bill.
Just like the one I used to have.
Oh, yeah.
And it has 411 gears like mine.
Ooh, very nice.
Oh, that'll rip the road.
Yes, it will. Coming up a bit later on, hope you can be around for it. Here's a 65 Cobra replica for us.
And we see backdraft cars come through fairly regularly. They are a premium replica for sure. This one with a 418 cubic inch V8, probably pushing close to 500 horse. Tremec 5-speed. Of course, the original Cobras had 4 speeds, but you see the replicas now, they like that extra gear, especially for cruising, to bring the revs down on that motor. Color is titanium silver, and it's got all of the SC accoutrement, the hood scoop, and the side exhaust, the 3-point roll bar, and the jack pads. See where the bumpers used to be? Those are jack pads for racing. That's how they were able to get those cars up and change the tires during endurance racing without having to crank a jack. Just kind of like a big lever bar that we underneath that notch and lift it up. Pin drive wheels, those are not original Halla brands. Those are repops, but they look original. It's going to sell.
Yeah, not bad. For a backdraft, yeah, 50 grand.
Yeah, well, you know, you can buy them finished or without the drivetrains. A few different ways you can do it. And a lot of people have their own opinion of how they want them finished.
Now to 2006 Cadillac. This is an XLRV, and we're talking about supercharged power plant here, 4.4 liter V8, and there it is.
This is Cadillac's attempt at maybe competing with the Corvette, actually. This is a 2-seat high-performance convertible with a 4.4 liter supercharged double overhead cam V8. These were built on the same assembly line as the Corvettes, so they have a lot of Corvette DNA. This one, power convertible hardtop. That's Raven Black with a shale interior. It's got nav, magnetic ride control, beautiful 19-inch wheels.
25.
Hey, how did Cadillac get away with Raven Black, a Ford color, you know?
24.
That's right. Unless they repainted it with Ford Black. You never know. Oh, my God. All the sleight of hand that's going on out there.
Oh, no kidding.
443 horsepower. So, yeah, this is definitely a high-performance exotic from Cadillac, which, of course, luxury was in stock and trade for so long.
That paint change thing reminds me of when JK and I were at the McCacken show a couple years ago. They had a 442 W30 in plum crazy. You talk about an odd-looking car, but it was cool in a weird way.
Cross-pollination for sure.
No doubt about that. 25 grand for the Cadillac, and we'll move forward to a 1973 Dodge Challenger that is selling at no reserve. Chris Jacobs, you're right there. Tell me about it, man.
Yeah, Scott, well, by 1973, gone were the 426 Hemi, gone was the 440. The only two engine options for the Challenger in 73 were the 318 and the 340. This one left the factory with the 340, however, since been upgraded to the 440 Magnum that you see under the hood, and it's also a bit of a TA tribute with the graphics on the side and proudly displaying its 446 pack under the hood, where the 346 pack would have been on the 70 TA. So nicely done in that high impact color. And yeah, you know, with what happened to the power plants in the 73, 74 era, it's nice to see one like this upgraded to some reasonable horsepower, Bill.
All this talk about six-packs making you thirsty at all?
A little bit, a little bit.
Gee.
It is Saturday.
6-packs on everything. Yeah, yeah.
Did you happen to see the pistol grip on that automatic transmission?
Yep. That is, you know, a pretty. I'm surprised we don't see that more, to be honest with you. That's such a kind of a cool transition.
Yeah, it's a little bit different shape. It's a straight up and down shifter versus the pistol grip, which had that Hurst curve in it. But yeah, still very cool looking inside there.
39,000, sorry.
I was just going to say, last year for the Challenger, the world was changing so much. Back in the 70s, heading into the mid-70s, we lost so many of those great nameplates and those cars that, back in the muscle car era originally, were so important to us. Away they went.
61 Corvette next on our auction block. And that air horn in the background, if you're paying attention, means that there's a phone bidder that is in the mix on this one.
I'm so glad you told me that. I thought it was Clarabelle the Clown. Frame off restoration on this Corvette, and what a job it is. Look close. Take a look at that, huh? Yeah, 283 power with the dual quads, 245 horsepower altogether. Those are Carter 4-barrel carburetors. Holly carbs, and a Corvette didn't come along for a little while later. Roman red's the color with white coves. And this has power steering, Scott. Power steering not available in a Corvette in 61, so that's
an upgrade.
Yeah, that is. That I would say that is an appropriate addition to the car.
Cool.
My goodness. That's what I said. 55, 57, 55.
Brian Brewer there, upper left-hand corner, is working with two different bidders on this car, in addition to Clarabelle, apparently.
57, 60,
Whatever.
60, 57 bid, you're going to get 60. On the car off the block, George, $60,000. Yes? Are you 60?
Jimmy, you got me?
Got 62. I've got 60. 62. 60 bid, you're going to get $62,000 bid, you're going to get 62. Sold. $60,000, George Boswell.
Sold.
60,000 for that 61 Corvette.
Jimmy Custom. No,
I tell you what, you got to be, if you're in the market for a C1 Corvette, it's kind of like getting measured for a suit. You better be sure you can fit in that car.
Yep, you've sat in them. I owned one, and you're right. Steering wheel, the foot box, everything conspires against tall people.
Yeah, absolutely right. All right, 60 grand for that Corvette, and we'll move to a 71 Jimmy Custom here. Look at that Vortec power plant.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy Land is telling us about this GMC Jimmy Custom, and we want to snoop underneath because you see how clean it is up top and underneath. Look at that. Got a 2-inch lift kit in it. And if you look real close up toward the front axle, you can see those Rancho shock absorbers. Some new drive shafts have been installed and balanced so it rides smooth as silk. And this is a great custom here. And as you can see, Scott, how about that bidding?
$110,000. I have $100,000 bid.
You look at that truck from 20 feet away, 30 feet away, whatever. You do not think a six-figure bid just at first glance. But when you really dive into the details, it's going to take more than 100 grand.
That's why I tell people, don't gauge the quality of a car strictly by what you see on television.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you got to see it in person.
Yep, well said.
Welcome back, everybody, to Houston, right here on ESPN Plus for our coverage of Mecum Auction. So many awesome cars crossing the block today, including this bad boy, 1969 Mustang Mach 1 Fastback. Can probably throw custom into that description too, because there are so many goodies here. First of all, that 347 blueprint engine under the hood. It looks like a carbureted setup, but that's actually a FitTech fuel injection system sitting on top of there, that Edelbrock intake. Check out these Budnick wheels too. These are customs, and they are painted with clear coat. And you can see the insignia there. It says M150. I guess that's the name of this car, because that badging is all over the place. Get a look at the rears, also some big meats, custom rear tail panel, again sporting that badge there. And then if we come around to the interior, we can see that it is a 5-speed automatic transmission behind that blueprint 347. And then get this, a custom hood scoop on the hood that is very reminiscent of a Boss 9 too. So really cool touches on this Mustang. Going across the block in just a little bit. Look out for this one, Scott.
Good deal, Chris Jacobs. Thank you, brother. And on the block right now, we have a 1938 Packard 6 convertible coupe.
I'm sorry, Scott.
No, go ahead.
Such an important car in the history of Packard. The 6 Series came out a year before in 1937, and some people point to these cars as helping to add to the decline of the Packard, as after the Depression began to wind down, they wanted to broaden their appeal with the masses and get away from the affluent buyers, and the Packard 6 was their attempt to do that. And as I say, it probably wasn't a great idea in the longevity of this nameplate. 100 horsepower, 245 cubic inch inline 6. This one's been beautifully restored, frame off complete, and has all the correct pieces that a 38 6 convertible should have. But like I say, not a car that has a whole lot of, speciality with the Packard lovers.
Beautiful treatment, though, and very, very well done. And it sold, I believe the number was 60,000 on that Packard, or 40,000. Either way, it's sold, and we move on to a 72 Olds 442 convertible that is selling at no reserve.
As we said with that 73 Challenger, by now things were changing so fast in the muscle car world, including in 1972 they started advertising net horsepower. So with all the changes they were making with lower compression and what have you, emissions that brought down the horsepower in the real world, in the advertising world it was also lower horsepower ratings. How about a 455 in this 442 with 230 advertised horsepower? This one, however, with a 4-speed, that adds to the appeal, and it's been updated underneath the hood with an Edelbrock intake and a Hawley 4-barrel and some power extras as well, AC, power brakes and steering, and that is a W30 badge, but pay no attention to that.
Correct.
Not a real W30.
Right, and they didn't even, I think it may just be the badging, because they did not put the red inner fender liners on it.
Yeah, they didn't go all the way on this little masquerade exercise.
The W30 may be one of the most difficult cars, easiest to replicate, but most difficult to document, because it's just an open season.
Right. Yeah, you got to really know what to look for.
Okay, moving on. 69 Chevelle Super Sport now on the block. No reserve once again.
396 Super Sport. This is a real 1969 Super Sport. And it's got a real 396 big block. This is the base 325 horsepower 396. You get a 360 horse or a 375 horse. This is the starting point with an automatic transmission, 12-bolt rear end, white on the outside, and kind of a off-white pearl interior. Striking color scheme. That's a white convertible top that's folded down in the back there. Raised white letter, TA radials with the Super Sport wheels. Selling at no reserve.
So $38,000, Blake Paul.
Okay,
So,
38 grand, and handshake will seal the deal there. And that gentleman's going to drive that Chevelle Super Sport home. Here, you better put the top up. I hear there's some rain coming today. If you're gonna take it out, not in a trailer.
We're seeing it's going to be real rock and roll out there in Houston today.
Okay, 1973 Mustang convertible.
This is going to sound familiar. In 1973, performance was winding down over at the Ford Motor Company. In fact, we just saw a GM example in that 442. We saw the 73 Challenger, now the 73 Ford Mustang. This was the last year of the first generation of the Mustang, and horsepower was going by the wayside. This has a 302 with 141 horsepower. The 351 R code had been dropped. The Cleveland engines that made that power. Of course, you remember that Boss a couple of years earlier was a real muscle car. No longer the case. And this one sells for a very reasonable $17,000.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Congratulations, sir. And yes, that makes it official. 17K. I am proud of you, my friend, for getting through that 141 horsepower description.
Without gagging?
Yes. Or falling out of your chair.
I was hoping you'd notice.
Here's another Cadillac, 1931 Series 355 Roadster up for grabs next.
Yeah, Scott, 1931, the Great Depression was roaring and things were changing so much in the automobile industry. Hundreds of automobile makers before the Depression And so many of them went the way of all flesh by the time the Depression wound down. And Cadillac fought for its life. This was one of its more, shall we say, upscale, Tony, extravagant offerings, the Series 355. It's got a V8 engine, which was big news back in the 1930s.
So I'm just glad
3-speed manual transmission and a very impressive restoration.
You got it.
Yep. All right, Zach, our man on the telephone, helping someone on the other end of the line buy that Cadillac for $46,000. And moving on to 1936 Ford, here comes a deluxe Phaeton for us.
Boy, how about the restorations on these pre-war classics? We could have a heck of a car show just with these automobiles. 1936 Ford. Now, the Great Depression was winding down. People were kind of coming out of their foxholes by now. And Ford was one of those manufacturers that felt, you know, we really have to start blitzing up our model line again to attract some of those people looking to buy cars. That's the 221 cubic inch flathead. What a foundational motor for Ford for so long. 3-speed manual transmission. And again, by 1936, Henry Ford really wasn't into getting into the whole technology deal with a lot of his cars. A lot of these automobiles rather primitive compared to some of the other product lines. Transverse leaf spring suspension, front and rear. Mechanical drum brakes. Other manufacturers beginning to go to hydraulic brakes. But he was one of those holdouts. Leather upholstery inside. It's got a few extra cost options like the amber fog lamps you might have seen up front.
$23,000. That's the current bid.
23, 24, 24. Yep, 23 down, 44 pounds, another Alex. And 44, 24. 43, 44. Everybody else, down 4. 44 pounds, another bid. Now 4, last call. Everybody else, 24.
Still hanging on at 23, and that's where it'll sell. Going the way to the internet. And we send it over to Danielle Trotta, hanging out in the 303 staging lane. Danielle?
I am, Scott, and if you could do me a favor and put this beauty under my Christmas tree, I would be forever grateful. It is a flawless 1955 Jaguar XK140 Roadster. Recently refurbished 3.4 liter inline 6, updated with a 5-speed manual transmission. Old English white exterior, I think, paired beautifully with this burgundy red leather interior. And a bit of the history on the XK140, only manufactured by Jaguar for a short period of time between 1954 and 1957. The upgrades this was given, big for that era, were improved brakes, rack and pinion steering, and better suspension travel. Bill, my question would be, for such a beautiful specimen, why such a short run, only 3 years by Jaguar with this Roadster?
Well, they were already getting ready to get into their next series of automobiles in 1961, the XKE. So these cars, they serve their purpose. And the 140 designation literally meant the car was designed to go 140 miles an hour. It was a top-notch sports car back in the 1950s.
Just so regal, Scott. That's what I think whenever I see one of these. Just so sophisticated, so regal. And this one is about 5 or 6 cars away. It's coming to you soon.
Okay. Yes, and I would add sporty to that. Back in the day, and that plaque that you see on the dash in front of the passenger indicating what we're talking about, 140 miles an hour.
Yep, certified.
All right, 1967 Mustang GTA convertible now on the block here at Mecum, Houston.
Well, this has got a couple of things that anybody that's looking for a classic Mustang would want. It has a 289 V8, and it is a convertible. And this one, a few little dress-up items on the engine there, as you saw. The Cobra valve covers. Automatic transmission backs up that V8. Power steering and brakes, some AC, which is always nice. To have in a convertible when it's raining in the summertime and you can't put the top down, just crank up the AC.
$24,000, very reasonable. Very driver quality car here.
Yep.
Nothing that's going to get you, too uptight about taking it out on the roads.
Oh yeah, you could drive this and enjoy it. Styling refresh in 1967. Not radical, but certainly noticeable.
25 grand, that's well bought.
Yep, didn't overpay.
1966 Corvette will be next. Legendary L79 power.
327, 350 horsepower. It was the most powerful hydraulic lifter engine that Chevy was building up at that point in history. 4-barrel carb aluminum intake. That's a Winters aluminum intake. That's the one that you'll find on so many of those Chevy high-performance engines. 4-speed synchronized transmission. You see the driver there holding onto that lever for dear life.
That's not a Jonathan Winters intake, is it?
God, I hope not. They did add a 1967 big block hood scoop, or hood actually, not just the scoop, but that's a common thing that we see. Has factory style side exhaust.
37, 40, 40, 38, 40, 38, 40, 40 pounds an hour.
We didn't make it. They got 38 over there.
40, now 2.
I would say anything under $40,000 is a bargain.
Get 41. You could
Has
be great,
rally
though.
wheels. Of course, they didn't become available until +67.
45 pounds an hour. 42 to negative 45 pounds side. 42, 45, negative 45, 5, high 45 pound out of bed, down 5, hit everyone else. 45 pounds and out of bed, last call. 42, 45, 47,
God, you're
45
getting
and up, 47 pounds and out of bed. 45 pounds, 47 pounds, 47 pounds and out of last call. 47.
Did your 66 have side exhaust?
No, the only thing it didn't
So
have that I wanted.
45
Oh, really?
pound out of
Oh,
so
it would've been
45
heaven.
pounds.
Yes. It was only $130 an option in 66.
Yeah, you know, I had 3 66s, big blocks, and none of them.
None of them.
None of them.
Wow. Okay. Back with more from Houston in a moment. That Jag coming up.
Oh yeah, welcome back to Houston. And carbon fiber is kind of becoming a theme for this auction. We've seen so much of it, a lot of which is on this 2019 Corvette ZR1. This is the last year of the C7 and the only year that the ZR1 was offered for the C7. Under the hood is a 6.2-liter LT5 V8 making 755 horsepower. It's backed up by an 8-speed automatic transmission with those paddle shifters. This one comes equipped with the highly desirable 3ZR equipment package and the ZDK track performance package. Woo, whole lot of performance packed into this Corvette. And stick around because it's coming across the block very, very soon, Scott.
Very good, Chris. Thank you, brother. Out in the 303 staging lane. And on the block right now, look at this black beauty. Bill Stevens, 1965 triple black GTO convertible. Oh.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's the GTO that we had in the State Farm display
You would be correct, sir.
that Chris gave us a look at yesterday. Oh, what a job on the restoration on this. You don't even need me to describe this car. Look at this triple black 65 GTO. It's got the tri-power. That gives it 360 horsepower, Muncie M24 speed, 355 gears, and that safety track rear axle. Starlight Black is the name of the paint. That's a color that came through several different years of the GTO. Top is power operated. Got AC, and again, I'll say, how about air conditioning in a convertible? All riding on Hurst 5-spoke wheels with red line tires. You know, and the significance of the red line tires on a GTO, when Uniroyal had that red line tire back in the 1960s, they used the GTO in their television ads to promote that tire.
That top is perfect. Rear window perfect. I mean, that's a 99-point car.
Oh, and you know what else is perfect is the Hurst badge on the trunk.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh,
Yes.
I need to get one of those and wear it around my neck.
I'm just asking if I want to more than 95 in your pocket.
Meeting the minds on the lower left. The consigner is on the phone there with Jamie McLeod, and Frank and Jesse involved as well.
It's a rare color there too, right, Bill? That Starlight Black. Yeah.
It actually existed over several years, but no, it was not a color that was that popular. They did not get a lot of them ordered from
I'll drop the
people.
hammer. Nobody else can bid on that car. Raise your bid to 120.
97.
120.
And I think,
Yeah.
I think the
Anywhere in
Mecum
between there, you
rule
want to make
is
an
in
offer and we'll
effect
see if the seller will take
at
it.
120. So that'd be a big jump, but that
He's gonna
car,
make a phone call.
I'll give
that's
him the
worth
money.
it. That's worth it.
Let's sell this.
We'll work on the next car and then we'll see what we can do. Yeah.
Well, one gentleman very interested, but not exactly at 120. So perhaps a deal in the offing.
Yep.
As that car will roll away to the bid goes on.
You know, I'll tell you a great story about those Hurst wheels. George Hurst at Hurst Performance could have sold 35,000 of those wheels to Pontiac, but to meet that many wheels, he had to diminish the quality of the wheel, and he wouldn't do it. And lost out on that contract and was happy to do it.
Wow. Good for him.
Yeah.
And that's what we have today. I mean, to remember those wheels, remember that story.
Yeah.
Good deal. 56 Ford pickup truck now on the block.
With big power. 429 Thunderjet V8. You know, that was the name of the 429 you get from Ford. A lot of people don't know that. Remember the Thunderbird V8s, but no, the Thunderjet was one of the 429s you could get. There was the 429 Cobra Jet and 429 Super Cobra Jet. But let's move on here. 3-speed automatic C6, that's the performance automatic from Ford, 9-inch Ford rear end. So you got an all-Ford powertrain with a Mustang 2 front suspension. How about that? Talk about stream of consciousness and a really nice job of construction and the color and wheel choice. Can't go wrong there with that.
Perfect.
Faux extended cab.
59.
They stretched the frame on this truck by a foot, so that's why it looks, everything looks a little bit
out of
longer.
proportion.
Right,
Last time
right.
we run a red light. Ray Rundle.
Reserve is off. 54.
Okay,
55,
reserve off.
$55,000. Anybody else? 4, 5. Get ready. $55,000 done. Get it. So 54. Good job. So
There you go. Another auctioneer in training, an apprentice up on the block with Russell. 54 grand buys that pickup truck.
Well bought.
Did we have fun with shoebox Chevys yesterday, Bill?
Had a bunch.
Man, did we?
Yep, all beautiful, all different.
56 Bel Air convertible here.
And it's done back to original, and it has won some of the most prestigious awards for these vintage Chevrolets. Antique Automobile Club of America, a First Junior Award, a Senior Award, a Grand National Award, a 5-time repeat preservation winner, and I'll stop there, but there are more. It's got the V8, the 265 V8, which debuted the year earlier, of course, as we all know, Power Glide automatic, and a very subtle but extremely appealing color scheme. The bronze, the white, and the matching interior layout.
Hey, that fit the 50s, didn't it?
Sure did, yeah. Yeah, you couldn't maybe go for the Cadillac or the Oldsmobile, but if you dressed your Chevy like this, you probably didn't feel like you were being deprived.
Is that 80s what we have?
Such a classy look with the side skirts and the color matched Continental kit on there. Beautiful, beautiful ride.
The roadster you had earlier did good. Yeah, really good.
Get that.
I got 80, but yeah, it went up, Jim.
87 and back at it, 90,000. Anybody else? 90,000 out of bed. 87,000. 90,000.
I wonder if 90 will do it.
90,000 out of bed. 87. 90,000 on it. 90,000. Last call. 87,000. Going to be 90.
Even to make it work, it's gonna be that.
Well, it appears they'll wrap it up at 87.
Yeah.
And now we get to take a look at one of the modern muscle and performance cars that we have here. And this is a humdinger if there ever was one. 2019, 1 year only ZR1. We all love him. Big money.
Oh, we do. Yep. The C7 went out with a bang with 755 horsepower, a true 200-mile-an-hour Corvette. No debate. Supercharged 6.2-liter LT5, 8-speed automatic with pedal shifters, a manual, a 3-pedal manual also available in that year ZR1. Lots of options. The memory package, heated and ventilated competition bucket seats, performance ride and handling suspension.
Oh man, it just fired up around the block, and Scott and I gave each other some very satisfied nods. And I think, Bill, the thing about this particular ZR1, it's all about that color. Ceramic matrix gray. I mean, so cool, and a rare color. I think only about 125 left the factory wearing that color with that red interior. It's a very nice contrast. And you know, earlier Danielle was asking me about that wing, and she's like, you know, is it really necessary? I said, oh yeah, it's necessary. That's a legit supercar. It needs that downforce.
And you know what? Those cars are actually faster without the wing. They generate so much downforce, they slow them down.
Crazy.
But yeah, about
but
that
I'd rather
color,
be on the ground than going faster off the ground.
I am with you.
62.5, last call.
The reserve came off and $160,000, and they just bought that ZR1. Good for them.
Well, be careful and please observe all locally posted speed limits.
Yeah, right. That coming from you?
I read that Texas is thinking about an Autobahn like speed limitless.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you never know what's coming to this great state of Texas.
Absolutely.
Oh, what God had wrath.
Rock on. Ooh. Okay, here is the contrasting 1955 Jaguar XK140 that Danielle was fawning over a little while ago.
You know, one of the stories I love about these cars is that I once spoke to Jerry Palmer, who's retired now, was the head of design at GM. And he said when the original Corvette was being designed, you know, with Harley Earl, Claire McKeechan, and Ed Cole, they used this car as their target. And when you look at the first Corvette, is there anything these two cars have in common?
The color scheme is about it.
4 wheels, and I don't get much further than that.
Round headlights,
Round
maybe?
headlights, yeah. No, this has got that high-performance inline 6-cylinder engine and a 5-speed manual transmission. And, of course, that unmistakable Sir William Lyons design of the big, swooping fenders, long hood.
Performance wasn't exactly a word you used with a Corvette in 1953.
It took a while.
62. Okay. That leaves your gate wide open.
65,000 is the bid.
62, 65, 63. You want to do that? 63 pounds and on a bed. 62, 63. 3, higher negative is 63 pounds and on a bed. Get 2, 3, higher negative is 63 pounds and on a bed.
60.
63 pounds and on a 63 pounds and on a bed. 63.
I guess the more you look at it, the more you might be able to see, obviously, the roadster aspect, but just the soft curving lines from front to back. There's just the small ingredients there that you might be able to see in a 53 Corvette.
Well, and the other thing that Corvette was up against was experimenting with fiberglass. So it was a little bit difficult to replicate the kind of styling we're seeing here.
Great point there.
Well, it just sold for $63,000. Well, how about another Packard? This is a 37 Super 8 Custom this time.
Right, yeah. The one we saw before was an original car. That was a 1938. And 1937 was the first year for the 6, but this is the 8. And this is one of those cars that we find hot rodders are really beginning to discover. This one, supercharged and fuel-injected 350. And that is the original steel body. So give them credit for being able to maintain that. Yeah. Turbo 400. Lots of upgrades. Height Super Ride 2 front suspension with coilovers, rack and pinion steering, and 4-wheel disc brakes. Got a GM rear end with Positive traction gears.
110 pounds in a big goes on.
There's a lot of thought went into this build.
Sure did.
And look at the classic Packard wire wheels with the wide white balls. They did not go to an aftermarket wheel.
Exactly, and you know, you look at this car from distance, you would not imagine all the work they did to the inside.
Yeah, we see that. Our hat always goes off to people that can build a car so cleverly.
It's the first year that Ford's really been serious about Le Mans.
It's a very impressive sight. Obviously, the chief competitor is Ford.
When Ford went to Le Mans, it wasn't about selling cars. It was about winning races.
Well, an historic vehicle, no doubt about that. And it's coming to Indianapolis, the Dana Mecum 38th Original Spring Classic coming up next month, Bill. We'll be there.
And with every passing year, we seem to have more appreciation for these classic Ford GTs and what they accomplished. Such an important part of American motorsports history.
Well, if you're looking for a vintage ramp truck, we've got you covered here from 1968, a little big C50.
Yeah, these were the choice of so many racing teams, as we had one yesterday, and we talked about how before the advent of those big car transporters and the toter homes and the enclosed featherlight car transporters, this is the way most racers brought their race cars, at least to the drag strip, and we're talking about the professional teams. So a truck like this doesn't have very many uses. They're really for basically taking a car from one place to another. You wouldn't see a towing company using these to drive around with a disabled car slanted like that. You know, you'd rather have that flatbed that we see all the time. So this is very limited kind of objective for a truck like this, but the restoration, the presentation is outstanding on this truck.
40 grand is the bid.
Reserve is off, 40 pounds, 41.
And the reserve is off.
40 pound.
Love to see that.
So 40 pound dollars, so 40 pounds of dollars internet.
And that's going to be the sale price here, 40 grand for that Chevy ramp truck. 1969 Mach 1's going to be right behind it. And this one has been seriously altered, if you will.
Yeah, Chris gave us a sneak peek of this a little while ago. We're talking about horsepower here today. How about a 347 stroker? Well over 400 horsepower thanks to that Phytech fuel injection, Edelbrock intake, and MSD ignition. It's got Flowtech tubular headers and Accel wiring and plugs. All the right stuff in the right places. C4 automatic. It's got a high-performance torque converter from good old Jim Hughes at Hughes Automotive. Recently refinished. It's a fresh paint job with a Cerakote treatment to keep that paint looking that good.
Yeah, and I love the way they Cerakoted the wheels and all the trim and the moldings. Very good looking car. Door handles, got the Rat Fink screw top on the door lock stem.
You're not old enough to remember the Rat Fink.
You know, unfortunately I am.
Oh, join the club, buddy boy.
All right, the bid goes on, $50,000. Hey, let's go back in time. Cue up Huey Lewis in the news with a 1982 DeLorean DMC-12.
You know, the best thing that ever could have happened to the memory of John Zachary DeLorean was that movie Back to the Future. Because up until then, the DeLorean, it had somewhat of a checkered image with everything that happened to him. You know, the legal battle and the fact that the car never lived up to its expectations and so on and so forth. And then suddenly it became a movie hero. And we have seen these before. There are a bunch of these Back to the Future replicas out there, and they're always fun to see. And the closer they are to the actual movie car, the more money people are willing to spend. And
yes.
I don't know, this one looks pretty genuine to me.
It does.
And right to the end of the movie, it's got the Mr. Fusion on there, which shows up at the very end of the movie, setting up part 2 of Back to the Future. And yeah, 88 miles an hour, got to be exact.
Yep. It's got a smoke machine in it. Either that or my brother-in-law tuned it up, one or the other. Look at the money.
85 grand is the bid.
Takes over 100 grand, right? All right, man. Thank you.
Well, we're still at least 15K away.
Who would have known that the innovator of the GTO,
yeah,
this is the other end of the legacy.
Yeah. The agony and the ecstasy.
Yep. Hey, conversation piece, and quite well done. I mean, that might be if the Clone Ranger were here, that might be a 5 Twinkie DeLorean.
Don't want to speak for him, but I
know,
have to agree.
I know.
And you know, I'll tell you this, you can make some money with this car going to county fairs,
oh,
or
sure,
special events and what have you.
Absolutely.
People would pay to see it.
You are right on. Okay, let's go back to 1986 with the GMC C3500.
6-liter Vortec. That's the LS2 V8, and this is, I think, the third floor package. That is really riding high. That lift kit, it's got to be at least 6 to 8 inches. And look at the LEDs that have been installed on the inside of those custom wheels. Looking good. Lots of work underneath, and go through some of it. It's got king shocks, and the steering has been all reworked, obviously, because the steering geometry on a truck this high is going to be all redone. Trailing arms, hand fabricated.
$65,000.
$65,000 right now. 65, Surrey Razor at $65,000.
55 is the bid.
Razor at Sir, $65,000. Nobody can bid against you. $65,000. How's it looking? He's stuck at 55 and the bid goes on. 55.
Okay, they need an additional 10,000 for that pickup truck. So it'll head to the bid goes on. Actually, just past where the truck is parked now on the left. The guys, Dave and his gang at the bid goes on, are always hard at work, taking care of about 10% or thereabouts of the total sales at any given event. 1957 Rolls Royce on the auction block now, Bill, and a silver cloud with a bit of a custom touch, and there you see it.
Scott, you remember in Glendale that you said that one of our themes was things aren't always what they appear to be?
Yes, indeed.
Here's a very classic looking 57 Rolls silver cloud, rather, and we already tipped our hand a little bit. It's got a 5-liter Coyote engine in it with a 6R80 6-speed automatic transmission. Lots of other modifications underneath this Rolls Royce to the suspension and the brakes. It's got sway bars in it, Willwood disc brakes. Just go right down the line. It's hard to believe it's a Rolls Royce when you read all the mods that have been made to it.
Do you think they flipped a coin between the Coyote and the LS?
Yeah.
How are we going to swap this?
We see both of those engines going into these custom builds. Yep.
$95,000, and that will be short of what the consignor would like to see. So we'd like to remind you now that we're, of course, very happy to be partnering again with National Parts Depot in 2025. They've been around for almost ever. The largest restoration parts supplier in the industry, and it is time for our NPD preview. Brother Bill, it's all yours.
Our friends at NPD, they'll help you restore your Bronco, maybe even modify it like this 1977 Bronco Custom. Hey, we just saw a Coyote V8. This one has a Coyote 2. This is the Gen 2 motor with 435 horsepower, 6R80 6-speed automatic like the Rolls Royce. This one has a dual range transfer case, that's finish avalanche white, and a lot of powder coating and polishing and chrome underneath. Also inside, you can see that's been updated with some of the instrumentation. Vintage air. And take a look around the other end of this truck, and you can see that the body lines, the gaps, everything, perfection indeed, and a great looking set of wheels on it as well. That's the book you need, the NPD catalog, for anybody with a Bronco that is heading into a project. There's a lot of help sitting between those pages.
Thank you, Bill. Our NPD preview. There's the website, lower left of your screen. And you can get your parts in 3 days or less in many occasions. Look at this 1990 Chevy 3500 that barely fits on the mat over there.
Yeah, not a lot in the way of modifications. This one is pretty much close to showroom prepared. 350 V8 automatic transmission, power, everything. And he's got air, tilt steering column, cruise, steering and brakes power assisted, and great looking wheels with that dark blue paint.
And a no reserve hammer at $57K. Big block time here, Bill. 1970 Chevelle in our sights.
Yeah, this is not an original 454 car, but one has been added. That's okay. 4L60E overdrive, automatic transmission, and 4-link suspension underneath. Look at that engine there. That 454 looks menacing, doesn't it? Yeah, 9-inch limited slip rear end to handle all that horsepower. I'm going to guess that's probably a 500 horsepower engine sitting there. Cowl induction hood and some gauges inside to help you keep an eye on what's happening underneath the hood. Some A-arm pieces as well on that suspension, and staggered wheels, 18-inch up front and 20-inch back. And of course, they're US mags, as we've discussed before. Big line of aftermarket wheels from those folks.
Working on it at 39 grand, no reserve.
Yeah, a little extra work there to get a 4-link in it with a Ford 9-inch rear end. Could have gone the easy way, just kept the original suspension in the back and nobody would have known.
Sold 41, sold 41.
All right, 41 will do it.
I'll bring us 113.
And that Chevelle is headed to a new home. Headed out of here from Houston. And we will take a quick break as we roll on into our second hour with you today. Second of 6 hours here till 7 o'clock Eastern. Thanks so much for being with us today on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth. Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta out and about. A lot of car crazies here at the NRG Center in Houston. And they just watched this 1966 Chevelle gavel for 36 grand, Bill.
Yeah, a little 327 with 275 horse, but it's got a 4-speed in it, factory 4-speed. And well bought at $36,000.
SRT Demon Time from 2018. We had one of these yesterday. Here's another one.
Oh, this one has but 181 miles on it.
Ooh, excellent.
Oh, that's ready for some real fun. There you go, the 6.2-liter supercharged Chevy, 840 horsepower when you sprinkle all that fairy dust and the Demon crate on it. Black exterior, black interior. Chris Jacobs,
oh my
a little
goodness.
grin on your face. Look at you.
I mean, how can you not grin when you see one of these, especially black over black with the matte black going over the entire car. Sunroof option, which is very nice. And again, 181 miles. It's amazing that some people out there have the willpower to not drive these bad boys, because man, are they fun. Still got the spoiler protection on the front as well. That's just how new this car is.
Oh, it's fresh. That sunroof, that was like, what, 18,000, 20,000? What was that?
Well, on the D170s, it was about a $12,000 option. So I think it's probably in
somewhere
that ballpark, but
yeah.
Not a lot checked that box. So it's nice to see it with it. And you know what? Up now at 120, you know, that may have something to do with it. The color, the sunroof, and obviously the low mileage.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Perfect storm.
Okay, $120 for it. And they will take care of the paperwork up in the Mecum Gold section up there. Here we go from modern Mopar muscle, back to the vintage flavor from 1970. Fantastic year. Chris, take us through this CUDA.
Fantastic year and fantastic color. Let me check the fender tag. Yep, this is B7. That's Jamaica blue. for all of you Mopar aficionados out there. And we've had a healthy amount of V-code Mopars at this auction here in Houston too. That is, of course, the 440 topped off by the 6-barrel. Be a 6-pack if it was a Dodge, 6-barrel because it's a Plymouth. And what a fabulous restoration here. You've got the rally wheels, of course. This paint just looks absolutely flawless. One of only 853 that left the factory with that V-code 440 plus 6 plus the torque flight automatic transmission. Seemingly very stock appearing both under the hood and in the interior. This is a beautiful restoration here, and that price is reflecting that.
If I'm not mistaken, that hockey stripe, wasn't that one of the most popular options that was chosen by buyers?
Absolutely. For both the 440 and the Hemi, that hockey stripe decal really shows up beautifully.
95.
And we had the discussion between Barracuda and Cuda yesterday. This one obviously proudly wears the proper Cuda badging because it is that high-performance V-code.
That hockey stick stripe, is that painted on or is that a
No,
decal,
it's a decal
on this one? Are you
on
sure?
This one, let me check.
It looks like it
looks
might
like
be painted
paint
on.
though, right, Scott?
What do you think?
No, that is the decal. It's just so well done.
Okay, right.
It looks like paint.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All good. 92 grand. That buys the Cuda. And that whole row of gentlemen is excited about it. Who gets to drive it first? That's the big question.
Oh, I think
Me.
I know.
I got to test drive it for him, please.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of driving, as we take a look at a 69 C10 pickup here from Chevrolet, I want to give a big thank you and a shout out to the, man, I think more 80 members of the Houston Thunderbird Club that are driving our cars here. They're all volunteers. My buddy Jim McLaughlin is part of that group, and he's organized this, and they've driven these cars at Mecum auctions here in Houston for a long time.
These guys and ladies are the best. You know, they come in very early, and after our telecast ends, they're here until the very last car rolls. They put in a long day.
Yep. 35 grand right now on this C10 pickup, by the way. Beautiful color treatment.
Yeah,
Great
the color. That's an original color combination, by the way. That is what you actually could have had in 1969. Imagine that, huh? 350 small block with an automatic. Power steering and brakes with AC. We, talk a lot about the creature comforts in pickup trucks, where in the early days of a pickup truck, you were lucky if you had heat. But,
True.
Now things really changed over the years. There's so much car-like karma in pickup trucks, and this is a good example of that. Boy, those look like 10-spoke US mags too.
Yep.
41 bid.
Tell him to get off his ass.
45. I've seen you quit for the last track. 41 pounds to the bid. 41. 40 bid. 41 pounds to the bid. 41. And I'm going to give it 41,000. Sold 40,000. Sold 40,000. There's Jerry.
All right, 40 grand. I would say that's very reasonable for that truck.
I'm trying to see what 40,000 would have bought you on that truck. It's a high-end build, but certainly sold for bargain prices.
Sure did. Hanging out in the 303 staging lane right now is our own Danielle Trotta.
Well, we are in Texas, Scott. It is pickup country, and I found the best in the bunch. Take a look at this, baby. 2024 Ford F-150 Raptor R pickup. Guys, there are country songs written about trucks like this, and Jesus, take the wheel, baby, because souped up doesn't even begin to describe it. This thing is fully loaded. Just take a look at the size of this display screen. All the luxury you could want, tinted out, but it's the outside that's cool. The shelter green paint scheme with the orange touches around the truck itself and on the tires and wheels. But holy power, supercharged 5.2 liter V8 engine, guys, 720 horsepower. We are talking 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds. Four-wheel disc brakes with vented rotors. My husband's wanted a Raptor since they came out. This one, top quality and horsepower for days. Guys, have you ever heard of a truck with 720 horsepower. I'd be scared to even let my husband drive this thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, you know, the
Wow.
price of admission these days in these high-end, high-performance pickup trucks, you got to have about 700 to be in the game. With a Shelby, the Super Snake pickup trucks, and that Raptor, oh yeah, that doesn't have to give up anything to anybody else.
By the way, Danielle, when he keeps pestering you to help him buy that Raptor, remind him that he owes you that little Jaguar, the XK140, before he gets the Raptor.
That's right. As a true gentleman would, Scott. Yes,
Exactly.
ladies first. Yes.
Okay, coming
Sounding like Dr. Phil all of a sudden.
Not intentional. Here is finishing up the work on a Sprinter van that just sold for $90,000 from 2021.
I think this is our third one here in Houston.
It may have been.
All
yes.
different years. Some of these, again, they're trimmed to be small motorhomes, mini motorhomes, and others are mini offices on wheels, depending on which way you want to go.
97 Land Rover Defender 90 is up next. Some custom touches all the way around here.
Yeah, this has gone through a little bit of a makeover. Remember now, this is a 28-year-old Land Rover, but looks like it just left the factory yesterday. Lots of modifications and upgrades, including, well, the engine is a 6.2-liter GM V8 crate motor with a 6L65E 6-speed overdrive transmission. That's just the beginning. Upgraded suspension, shocks, brakes, and inside, they've been able to do a little magic to the interior of that little truck as well.
Going to need more than 90 to buy that Land Rover here in Houston today. Here's another Demon, SRT Demon from 2018.
With even fewer miles than the last one.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, 84 miles on this Demon. It has barely been touched by human hands. There's the 840 horse supercharged 6.2. The Demon crate remains unopened. And that, of course, has that trick ECM, your engine management. It's got a jack for changing the tires and getting your racing tires on this animal. And, of course, it takes you from 807 horsepower to 840 with all those little goodies in there. It's got the Comfort Audio Group as well, so it's not just a race machine. There's some comfort there, ventilated front seats and a heated steering wheel. Harman Kardon top-notch sound system with 18 speakers. And of course, all the performance that you could possibly want in a car that is street legal.
Well, the one we had a few minutes ago galloped for 120 at no reserve.
Well, we're still keep working, but
well,
I mean,
that Plum Crazy, that's the number one
right
color
now.
for so many Mopar fans. And we'll see if that helps to move things upward.
You said you had to have 108, right?
Yeah.
I'll net you the 108.
Yeah, I know. We're just waiting here. Someone just threw. All right, we got the reserve off. Hopefully nobody jumps in.
Okay, reserves off. Another sunroof car.
Yep.
That was a little dead silence there. They were working on the cellar.
115.
It's always easy to get you in, hard to keep you.
Great tunes.
You got it, sir. Very cool.
And
Yes,
you know
sir.
what's interesting? You mentioned the color factor here. That all black, similar miles.
Yeah.
The black one brought $5,000 more, so kind of a wash, but either way.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that. I thought maybe the Plum Crazy would have been, and with the fewer miles as well, but you never know.
All right, so let's turn our attention to a 2004 Porsche 911 Carrera Targa.
Yes, it is that eternal 3.6-liter flat-six engine with a 6-speed manual transmission. That's all the fun-to-drive-ism that you need in a Porsche. Extras include the power seats and a power-adjustable lumbar as well. And those seats are heated. Big time 5.8-inch touchscreen. 18-inch light alloy Carrera wheels as well. And black everywhere you look.
Dories are card. You got 9. Thank you. 30,000. 930 and 930,000 a bid.
You know, I don't mind that black wheel treatment on this all-black car. I think it gives it a little bit of a sinister, menacing look for a 911.
You guys? I know you'd love for me to agree with you.
Well, I know you don't.
I just need a little bit of bling around the black, that's all.
Okay,
Polish
I know.
those rims and I'll be happy.
It's just unusual to see that combination on a 911, and I'm okay with it.
I would agree with that.
$30,000 buys that car. It is now time to send it over to another 911 fan, Chris Jacobs, with today's stable performance tip. Chris?
Oh, you got that right, Scott. Well, here in Houston, you know, you got sea air, you got the humidity. And what loves those two things? Rust. Ooh, we hate that word. And so does Stable. That's why they developed Rust Stopper. So use a little bit of that, stops rust in its tracks, prevents it from spreading. You know, all the good things in life, because we do not like rust, and neither does this 1969 Chevy Camaro, done up beautifully in Daytona yellow with the matching painted bumper in front. It's got a 350 turbo fire under the hood, automatic transmission, and that 350 is putting out around 300 horsepower. Very, very clean 69, very stock appearing except for these US mags at all four corners, staggered setup in the size department. Really clean interior and looking completely stock appearing in there as well. So look out for this one when it comes across, Scott. Definitely eye-catching and going at no reserve.
Oh, even better. And that is our Stay Built performance tip. Thank you, Chris. StayBuiltMecum.com for the list of goodies that will help your car stay in top-notch form. Here's a 1965 Corvette convertible that has come to the block. Dana Mecum giving the engine room a once-over here. As we kick off the bidding, Matt Morvek up top.
That is a great engine. That's the L76 327. 365 horse engine. 4-barrel carburetor. You pull that intake manifold and carburetor off, you put on the Rochester fuel injection. Everything is the same underneath. It really is a high-winding, powerful little engine. This car has won the NCRS Top Flight Award, by the way.
Oh.
It is a 4-speed car, has positive traction, 355 gears, radio delete in this car with the knockoff wheels and the gold striped tires. It's got it all. A couple of other little options. Telescopic steering column.
$70,000 the car at the block, 70,000 a bid, 16.5, 70,000 out of the kit, 70 bid, and 16.5, I'm gonna bid of a 70, I'm gonna the last call, 70,000, and I'm gonna bid of a 70 bid, 16.5 down 70, don't have, gonna close it at 16.5.
Final year for that 365, by the way.
And a high bid of $65,000. That'll be short. You think 70, 80 might be more
at least
what that car would bring?
I'll tell you, with that engine, you know, that alone should make the bidding substantially higher than that.
Okay, good point. Is this the same shade of rally red, perhaps, on a 67 C10 pickup truck?
Yeah, this is a very clean, very surgical job on this build right here. So much so that we get to take a look at what's going on underneath. That was a 350 crate engine, by the way. Look at how clean and well presented the bottom of the truck is. CPP front suspension and control arms and Bilstein shocks and all of the right parts and pieces, all professionally installed. Hat off to the builders on this, and of course look at this truck as it rolls along, how that paint and those wheels just jack up the appearance. So many other parts and pieces and features here. Underneath we saw the 4-wheel disc brakes. Those are power assisted. Wheels billet specialties, 20-inch jobs with leather interior.
And the high bid here at $55,000. Okie doke. Bill, here comes another ZR1. We had one earlier that rang the bell for $160. Let's talk about this one now.
Yeah, the one we saw before was the hardtop, if you can call it that. It had the removable roof. This one is a convertible One of only 140 ZR1 convertibles in 2019. And this one, as I mentioned earlier with the other car that had the automatic, this has the 7-speed manual transmission. Pretty rare combination of options here. We mentioned the 7-speed manual, the 3ZR Premium Equipment Group, the ZTK Track Performance Package, and even the color scheme, the black with what's called the Kalahari leather interior. Pretty unusual, you put those all together. 755 horsepower, let's not forget that, out of that LT5 V8. Big brakes from Brembo, and that top, by the way, is power operated. Other packages as well in this Corvette, the memory package. It's got the performance data and video recorder included and the Bose premium sound system. This is a loaded ZR1. And you know, it's funny, I go back to the original C4 ZR1, and people weren't talking about technology. You know, maybe anti-lock brakes, 200, probably the big technological breakthrough for that car.
Right.
None of the stuff we're seeing now.
No, we got to get to at least 225. 225. If you get to 225, I'll sell the car.
200 is the current bid.
Hey!
Yeah, I think that original C4 ZR1.
You want 210, Frank?
Adjustable suspension.
225. You're not 200.
Little things like 200.
Yeah.
But not a technological workhorse like this one.
I sell the car.
At 225.
I get 200.
200 to you.
And the reserve is off at 210 on this one.
Expensive car when it was new, especially with all of the options.
12.
Now 220, not going to be 220,000 a bid. And not going to be, I know that, not going to be a pair, 212.5, 215. Not going to be 212.5, I'm going to strive for more, 215,000. And 212.5, 215 bid. And 212.5, I'm going to be about 15. Take it away, 212.5, I'm going to be about 15. I'd have. And I'm going to be about 12.5, I'm going to be about 15. There it is. Sold 212.5.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, how about that? $212,500 for that ZR1 from 2019. Love it. That's our #1 car today. So actually, the top 2 cars are ZR1s.
Yeah, isn't that something, huh? Oh, take that, Ferraris.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. All right. Here is 1977 Bronco.
Yeah, NPD truck. We just saw this a little while ago, but we'll review and discuss Generation 2 Coyote, 435 horse version. This was restored only 569 miles ago, all right? So there's nary a scratch or a ding anywhere on this Bronco. Reserve is already off. We're at $100,000. Big beefy tires on this. The 285/70 BF Goodrich all-terrain T8 tires on 17-inch American racing wheels.
Wow.
Yeah, huh?
Good choice for your NPD preview, Bill.
I agree.
$100,000 Bronco. Very nice. Well, Bill, you want to talk about your Alpha Hummer? Here it is, quite literally, and this one just brought $180,000.
Big truck, big money, only 8,900 miles, and it has everything you'd expect. That big Duramax turbo diesel and the Allison 5-speed automatic, and outstanding condition. Wow. Definitely deserving of almost $200,000.
Right. Well, that's a spoiler, because now our ZR1 podium finish is in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here is an F350 Super Duty Tremor pickup right behind it. This is from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, this is the Tremor package. This is a no fooling around pickup truck. Only about 11,000 miles on it, too. Power stroke diesel, the 6.7 liter version with a 10-speed automatic transmission. And that Tremor off-road package gives you everything you need to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. I mean, everything. Suspension, brakes, steering, all designed for the roughest of rough going. And I'm not kidding. Other things, you know, that go outside of its capability as a truck include the creature comforts with all the power accessories inside. You know, you got your heated seats and you got your touchscreen inside to handle all of your controls and electronics. And there we go. $75,000 for a very capable pickup truck.
Wow. Heated seats, touchscreen, not stuff that you used to see in a pickup truck, but hey, anymore you got to have it.
Oh, not with that much muscle.
Chris Jacobs, 303 staging lane. What is happening where you are?
Oh, Scott, I know Bill's going to love this one. The professor would have loved this one. This car is gorgeous. 1964 Corvette, and under the hood is the fuel-injected 327, making 375 horse. What a great-looking car, done up in satin silver. And check out this interior. This isn't black. This is dark blue. Absolutely love this color combination. And it's got some special goodies, some rare goodies on this car. First of all, the J56 package, which is the special sintered metallic brake package, and also the F40 special front and rear suspension that is Z06-esque. Only a handful left the factory with those combination of options. So cool. Little spotter's guide for you on the hood here. From 1963, these grills have been removed, but I believe they were just using the same hood, but just didn't put those 63 grills in there. So easy way to spot the 64. They have those indentations, but no grills. This is Bloomington Gold certified. Absolutely gorgeous car. And it's coming across the block in just a little bit. Scott?
All right, we'll look for it. As you saw, that International Scout pickup truck bid to $19,000. I think it sold at $19,000. And thank you, Chris, for the preview on the Corvette. As you mentioned, it's coming up. In the meantime, an SVT Raptor, F-150 SVT Raptor. That is now more than 10 years old. Hard to believe that.
You want to know something else is hard to believe?
What?
This is the first of two in a row.
Ooh.
Two Raptors.
Excellent.
Are lined up, and this is the first one. This is the 2014. Boy, these trucks took off. People really jumped all over the Raptor. When they became available, they clearly were the most powerful pickup truck that Ford had produced. Up until that point, lots of extras, lots of goodies. This one right here, automatic transmission with overdrive, matched up to that 6.2 liter V8. Power, four-wheel disc brakes, and it's got the all-terrain mode too, and it's not hard to imagine this truck having all-terrain capability. Now, the SVT Raptor, that is a handful of truck.
Well, we had the Alpha, the Hummer Alpha. We had the Tremor pickup. If not for that International Scout, it would be big truck o'clock.
Or Jurassic Park, maybe.
True.
They're all here.
Hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. That one sells, Scott.
$47,000 will be attached to the price tag, the sold sticker, if you will, in the window of that pickup truck. And another one, as you mentioned, right behind it, this one 2024 vintage.
10 years newer. Danielle gave us a little walkthrough on this truck, and boy, is this loaded with everything. Supercharged, intercooled, 5.2 liter V8, 720 horsepower, as we learned a little while ago, and the torque, 640 pound-feet. Muscle all over the place.
Bill, I feel like if you ran over something in this truck, you probably wouldn't even know.
It's kind of a morbid thought, but
a lot of power in this baby.
Yeah.
So 720, you think that's the game we're in now with these Raptors?
Yeah, you know, these big high-performance trucks, especially these Shelby trucks now, you know, the price of admission, you got to be somewhere around 700 to really get anybody's attention now. And this one has it. 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds in a truck that big and heavy.
122.5.
That's like a house going 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds.
Well said.
Yeah.
Here's the bid at 122.5. All right, come on. Get it for you. They just won 125 on the
A couple of bidders on the phone.
To you. 127.5. Last call. Yes, no. Yes, no.
Yes or no? 130 pound under a minute and a half. Zach, I have.
I need to know. Yes or no. They just sold it for one.
All right, it'll stay here in the building in the NRG Center for $125,000. Big truck, big price tag, big horsepower. That's a big deal.
It's Texas.
It is. The home state of Old Shell, and what would he think about this 830 horsepower Super Snake, Bill?
Yeah, Carroll Shelby, the product of Leesburg, Texas. And here we are in Houston looking at something that would not exist were it not for him. One of only 250 Super Snakes that were built last year, only 277 miles on the clock, 830 horsepower. We talked about Super Snake pickups. Well, now we have the Super Snake Mustang. And this one right here has got all of the special parts and pieces that make it, well, none other than a Shelby. The Brembo disc brakes with Shelby brake rotor upgrades, carbon fiber wide body front fenders, and you'll see the fender vents there. Carbon fiber rear wickers, the rear lower diffuser and rear wing. So many of these pieces that you're looking at right now in this car separated from just about any other 2024 Ford Mustang. This just puts it in a class all by itself.
By the way, if you're wondering, Leesburg, Texas, a couple hundred miles away from here, right in between Pittsburgh and Scroggins.
Oh yeah, little town. Little town. Those are 20-inch magnesium wheels. You can see they're very lightweight.
125 might get it done. I don't think they'll be back.
So $120,000, Katie.
Offering lot S130, 2008 Hummer.
Wow, only one of 250 built in 2024, and those 3 stripes down the middle. Bill, did you mention that kind of a nod to that 67, the original Super Snake?
Yeah, that's right. Once again, paying homage to one of the all-time great cars in Shelby history.
Yep, that's a couple of $1 million car these days.
Certainly.
Here is a Hummer, an H3R concept Hummer from 2008.
Yeah, I think we're ready for a subtle, understated vehicle to cross the auction block here. I'm not surprised that this was featured at the 2007 SEMA show, because that SEMA show, that's where all the builders come out and try to outdo one another. And how about somebody who wanted to do it with a 2008 Hummer, the H3R? This was a concept. That color, I know you're wondering, it's Inferno Orange. Power comes from an LS7, 505 horsepower. That would be the engine you would find in the Z06 Corvette in the C6 generation. 4L60 automatic transmission. Lots of other goodies and upgrades as well.
Ryan, what's he say? Iron David get 8 bid 29. 28 is bid on the internet. I'm asking 29, sir. Anybody get 29? So $28,000 to the net, Katie.
Well, 28,000 will buy that Hummer concept from SEMA, and yeah, if you've ever been to the SEMA show, you know that right at home.
Oh yeah,
at the Las Vegas Convention Center every fall. Another Ford F-150 Raptor. Well, we've got one coming up a little bit later on, I think, but a GT 150 from 2006 here is on the block right now.
Right. This is a prototype. In 2005, Shelby and Unique Performance, they began developing a high-performance truck. And it's based on the Ford F-150 because, as you might remember, the SVT Lightning went out of production from Ford, and so they wanted to sort of fill the gap. Only 3 were produced, and this is one of them. Supercharged 5.4, automatic transmission, has overdrive at a 373, limited slip rear end, and of course the Shelby badging and the distinctive paint job as well immediately tells you that this is not kind of F-150 you're going to find at your local Ford dealer. This is a very special truck.
30,000 on bid. 30,000 on it.
31.
1, 2. 31's bid. 32. Internet's out. Iron David get 31. Bid 2. I get 31 pound.
Shelby wheels. Those are 6 spokers. 22 inches.
Thank you very much.
And that'll take care of it for $31,000. Hey, folks, potential top seller alert coming up. It is a 1970 Mustang Boss 429, complete restoration, grabber blue, white interior. It'll be on the block when we return to Houston in a moment. Oh, terrific crowd here on a Saturday. It's day 3 of the auction, second day of our coverage. Terrific weekend at the NRG Center in Houston. I'm Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta. And thanks so much for joining us streaming on ESPN Plus today. And this is a no reserve Super Snake convertible bill from 2024.
All 830 horsepower worth out of that Whipple supercharged 5-liter V8. I remember back in 1973 when there were no more real muscle cars and Corvette big blocks were emasculated and the Hemi was gone, and we all said, oh, performance is gone forever.
Yes.
Now we're talking about an 830 horsepower Mustang, which is just another one in a long line of super high performance automobiles that have come from Detroit ever since this muscle car 2.0 era began. Just a great example of where we are today. A lot of Shelby parts. Shelby extreme cooling system, and the Borla exhaust system has Shelby branding as well. Brembo brakes, Shelby brake rotor upgrade. Shelby, Shelby, Shelby.
Wow.
Oh, I'm telling you, what a great job he did in making cars like this possible.
Well, over 100,000, and now all of our cars in the top 10 today are 6-figure cars. And I mentioned mistakenly that we were going to have a Raptor. Well, I knew that they were going to be back-to-back here. And here's the first of a couple more. This one from 2024.
In antimatter blue. Love that name. 720 horsepower. So Danielle, yes, 700 horsepower plus is pretty much what opens the door for you to be in this very exclusive club of super high performance pickups. Only 2,300 miles on the odometer, and that's that supercharged 5.2 V8, by the way. 10-speed automatic, electronically locking live rear axle with 410 gears. Recaro leather and suede seats. Beadlock wheels, 17-inch diameter. BF Goodrich all-terrain tires. Oh boy, Thunder has come to Houston. Big sound inside, Scott Bang and Olafson.
Go.
Yeah, head units, speakers. Crank those tunes.
100 a bid, 105. 105.
We're on the Ford Raptor, right?
You're going to give 105. 105. 105. 105,000. Yes or no? 105,000. All in or done. 105,000. So $100,000.
Wow, an even 6-figure price tag on that Raptor. And another one to our 6-figure club today.
Well, if Houston Raceway Park wasn't gone, that closed down not long ago, we could have a heck of a pickup truck drag racing shootout with all of these big power trucks coming through. How about another one?
Right, and we'll dial the calendar back 10 years from the previous Raptor for this one.
Yeah, they were a little bit down on power back in 2014, if you can say that. At the time, 590 horsepower was more than adequate. This is the Roush 6.2-liter off-road package with the supercharged 6.2. Roush Performance exhaust. And the transmission's a 6-speed automatic, and we've got power going to all 4 wheels. Roush badging throughout the interior. And even little things like the power sunroof and some of the other creature comforts, the air conditioning and cruise control, give this truck a little bit more of a civilized feel, but not a whole lot.
67. Anybody else there? $67,000. Now 70,000. Now 70. It's 70. Higher dividend here 70,000. And 67 a bid. 100 dividend 70,000. Higher dividend 70 bid. 70 bid. 100 dividend 70,000 bid. Higher dividend 70. 68. Now 70. Higher dividend 8 bid 70. Higher dividend down 70,000 bid. All later done. Last call. He said no. 68,000 dividend 70.
Sell it to Purvis.
Sold $68,000, Mitch David.
Okay, 68 for this 14 Raptor.
About 130 horsepower less is worth about $32,000 less on the bidder board.
Okay. We continue with our big truck Saturday here in Houston. A Rocky Ridge pickup. It's a Ram 1500 from last year.
Yeah, the color is louder than the horsepower on this truck. 395 horse, 410 pound-feet of torque out of the 5.7-liter Hemi with variable valve timing. This is the American Icon Edition, by the way, number 63 of the ones that were built, with only 480 miles on it. Fox off-road shocks, of course, has four-wheel drive. Transmission's an 8-speed automatic, 6-inch lift.
There's your Sublime, Chris.
Yeah, these Ram trucks are pretty cool. You're mentioning the Raptors a lot. These, especially the TRXs, are into that, performance truck category as well.
Yeah, the TRX goes right into that category. Dual pane panoramic sunroof. Just kind of checking some of these extra cost features here. Comfort and convenience. Navigation. Big touchscreen on the inside of this truck too.
Okay, one more car before we get to the Boss 429. And this is a contender, obviously, always. The third 2018 Challenger SRT Demon that we've had.
This one a little bit more well-loved, 6,600 miles. This one in B5 blue, hugely popular Mopar color as well. Dodge color, I should say.
So we've seen black. We've seen the Plum Crazy.
Yep, Plum Crazy, and now B5 blue.
Right.
Yeah, we had a black. 1, 2.
Yes.
Did you
yes,
say
I
that?
mentioned that. Yes.
You were going over the Demon Crate specs in your head.
Yes. I'm having a senior moment. Just work with me.
No reserve here. 77 grand.
Wide body fender flares. The drag mode suspension. Wheel stand capable.
Minus the sunroof that were on the other two Demons that we saw across. Interesting, they still have the front spoiler protector on there with 6,600 miles. I wonder if that was reinstalled or just stayed on.
Yeah, those other two Demons, by the way, one $115 and $120, but the mileage making a difference here for sure.
Huge mileage, and the sunroofs.
Right. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. What a legend this is with a capital L. The 1970 Boss 429.
499 of them built in 1970 after their debut year in 1969. And it's always the engine that you have to talk about. Ford had to get that engine homologated for NASCAR. Technically had to build 500, but they let the 499 slip. 375 horsepower rating, which is just such almost an insult, because that semi-Hemi, as we've said any number of times, is putting out much more than that. They were all 4-speed cars, close ratio 4-speed, with a 391 traction lock rear end. This one in the grabber blue.
Special assisted Carcraft, of course, for making it all fit together. The engine was so massive they had to move the battery to the trunk.
Yeah, they had to move the shock towers out. Those engines are really broad shoulders. Those cylinder heads are huge. This car, by the way, only has 455 miles on it. So this is going to be a premium Boss 429 for somebody.
And it's selling at no reserve. We're at $250,000 now.
2-year run for the Boss 9, 69 and 70. All of these 70 models had the black hood scoop. 69s were body colored. Grabber blue is a new color for 1970.
Yeah. Couldn't get this motor in any other Ford product. They say that a couple of Mercury Cougars wound up with them, and they went to drag racers.
And how about that? $250,000. Puts that one in the sold column with emphasis. Our #1 car to this point today in Houston. All right, Bill, here we go with your modern muscle throwback to the days of Don Yanko and his escapades.
Wow. He's like the Carroll Shelby of the Chevrolet set, really, with all the things he accomplished back in the 1960s. That he actually kept Chevrolet in the performance game even after Chevy went into their General Motors racing ban, as the Yanko cars that showed up everywhere and carried the performance banner for Chevrolet. This one with over 1,000 horsepower in it, with a 6-speed manual transmission. And this is an instant collectible. The Stage 2 car is the one that everybody has their eye on. Riverside Blue.
So $100,000.
And an even $100,000. Well chosen.
I guess I have a talent for that.
Despite senior moments, you have a talent for this.
Well, they're only momentary.
Oh, look at that. Cars and car crazies as far as the eye can see here at the NRG Center in Houston. Been coming here for a number of years. Always enjoy it. Big crowds and some fantastic cars and trucks, and another big Shelby Raptor, a Baja edition F-150 from 2021.
Maybe my favorite color, Scott.
Oh, yeah?
Lead foot gray is what they call it.
Perfect for
Only
you.
492 miles on that truck. That is factory fresh.
$80,000 buys it as well. Very good. Okay, no reserve on this 69 Camaro. I want to say, man, here we are just after 2 o'clock in Houston. Is this the first 69 Camaro we've had in today's show?
This would be the first 69. We had a 67 earlier, but no, you're right. Yeah, and this one is not one of those big muscle cars, not a Yanko, not a 396, not a Z28. This is a 350 cube, 300 horse Chevy Camaro, and the pricing will reflect that. It's got the automatic in it, got the turbo automatic 12-bolt rear end, power steering and brakes and factory air, and some US mags. And it sells for a very affordable number.
Not yet.
Oh,
They're still working on
I
it.
thought I saw the sold button on the screen.
Well, oh.
62. 65.
Well, the sold stickers in the window because it's no reserve. So
Right. Maybe that's what I saw.
Sold $62,000.
now you can say it.
It just sold.
Man, I'm so glad we both went to rehearsal this morning.
Oh, yeah, you can tell, can't you?
Oh, dear, that's fun. Great driver quality Camaro. You know, you're not going to be afraid to take that out and have a lot of fun with it.
No, exactly, and it's got a very reliable powertrain.
Here's another shoebox Chevy 1956 custom treatment on a Bel Air.
Mild custom.
Yeah, nothing outlandish.
Yep, not over the top. 350 and an automatic. Okay, problem solved. There's your power. Power steering and front disc brakes, gets AC, and aluminum radiator, which we've talked about before. Sound system, clearly upgraded, because back in 1956, if you had an AM radio, you were considered big man on campus. This one has got an upgraded custom aftermarket stereo and staggered wheels, American racing wheels, 18-inch up front, 20 in the rear.
Anybody give $60,000?
Very tasteful, conservative.
He was in a 50. He was in
And
a
yet,
50, but he
you
goes
can tell
52.5.
it's not a completely original shoebox.
I'm sorry.
No, that's my bad.
52.5.
Yep, okay, we got you in a 52.5, John.
Okay, a little bit of a reset there, and
52
still the gentleman with Zach
When
on the
showed
telephone
him,
is the high
he
bidder at
took it
52.5, and let's see if he gets it.
Yeah, but good news, you got it.
Yes,
you
he
got
does.
It at 52.5. Yep.
$52,500. You can ring that Bel Air up as we send it over to Chris.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Out here with another beautiful Mopar that's coming across the block just in a little bit. This is a 1970 Challenger. It left the factory as a G-Code 318, but take a look under the hood. It's been severely upgraded since then with a 392 Hemi swap. It's got the Willwood brakes behind Foose wheels all the way around. Now, it's a little bit of a sacrilegious move here, painting the car this color, but this is Hugger Orange. Yes, Hugger Orange on a Mopar. The black and orange interior. Got the spoiler on the deck lid. You can see here as I bring the deck lid down that it now wears the Challenger RT badge. This car is not originally an RT, but since its resto modification, it has become an RT by virtue of that 392 Hemi under the hood. Beautiful car, really nicely done, and looking forward to see when it goes across the block. Scott?
All right, Chris, thank you very much. And don't forget that Dodge is the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. Get a good look inside one more time at that interior.
Yeah, that 392, that's the 6.4, and before the arrival of the Hellcat, that was the big dog. That was the hot setup for everybody looking for a high-performance Mopar.
Indeed it was. There you see it again. Taking care of business now on an 08 Bentley Continental GTC convertible.
Yeah, and a fair share of these coming through here in Houston. Both the fixed roof and the convertibles, and by now everybody should know the specs by heart. 6-liter, 12-cylinder engine with 552 twin-turbo horsepower, with a silky smooth automatic and all-wheel drive. 33,000 miles on the odometer on this Bentley.
You're going to be their hero.
Probably one of the fanciest BMWs you'll ever see. In case you didn't know, BMW now the parent company for Bentley.
52. I dare you. I dare you. 51.
52. You want to give 51?
A lot of good-natured bidding going on here.
Yeah.
51.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
He
did it.
Now you want to give 52,000. 51.
52.
When you get 52. From hero to zero. 52. So, $51,000 Paga.
Now offering us
All
148 to 73 Corvette convertible.
He knows what he got. Better hang on to that hat if you drive that with the top down here these last couple of days. It'll blow off. It'll end up in the Gulf. 1973 Corvette is going to follow up the Bentley here, Bill.
Yeah, this is the Corvette that Chevy should have built in 1973 with a 496 cubic inch stroker in it with aluminum heads. You notice maybe the L88 hood scoop there and an L88 air cleaner, the air induction air cleaner, which is distinctive to the L88 engine. 4-speed, there you see it right there with a Hurst shifter. And some other upgrades as well. You saw the side exhaust there. Those are the factory issued optional polished alloy wheels on that Corvette.
Kind of a little bit of a mini day 2 treatment to this Vet, don't you think?
Yeah, and of course the biggest day 2 treatment is that 496 stroke.
Right.
that was quite a day, I think, when that engine went in.
Very good point. And $31,000, not a bank breaker. How about a horse of a different color? Same year, and another modified Corvette.
Horse of a different color, but with the same engine, a 496 stroker. That is a 454 that is stroked to within an inch of its life. Try power on this one. 3 2-barrel carburetors, and look at the dress-up work on the engine. Beautiful powder-coated intake manifold, chrome valve covers, and a breather cap there. This has a 6-speed manual transmission with power steering and brakes and AC. So it's got power and it has comfort. And they're the aftermarket side exhausts. Of course, side exhausts not available from the factory on the 73 Corvette. So you had to go to the aftermarket if you wanted them.
get 33 at 33,000 at 33.
That's a combination of a Stinger hood and an L88 high-rise, I think. That's kind of a hybrid that they came up with.
33. Give $33,000.
You think that's a custom hood?
Yeah,
Got
maybe the whole hood.
Yes. 33,000. You got 32, right?
33.
Sorry, 31. 32 to you, sir. 32.
Very high maintenance deck lid. You have to take all the luggage off on a road trip to fill it up at the gas station.
32. 33. 32.
Well, with that 496 stroker, it's a question how much of your luggage is still going to be there.
Now I'll bring out 150.
It better be sucked down pretty tightly.
All right, in the front row there, yes, 32 buys that Corvette. Here's a 67 Chevy 2 Nova, little fuel-injected small block between the wheels.
Do a little deep dive on this, Scott Hoke. Take a look at that small block. We'll give you a look at what's happening underneath. And I think you'll be impressed. Transmission is a 700 R4. Look at the tubular headers there. And all the suspension pieces beautifully presented. And it has some aftermarket work underneath there from QA1, Willwood disc brakes. And that's a 9-inch Eaton rear end with Ford gear carrier. So again, some radical changes underneath and up top. Speaks for itself. Paint, wheels, finish work, all top notch.
At 40 bid. 42. Close a bid at $40,000.
All right, it's going to take a bit more than 40 grand in order to purchase that Chevy 2 Nova. Let's see about this 67 GTX convertible that's going to be right behind it. What a beauty.
Yeah, as soon as you open the hood, you know that there's probably a Hemi underneath there with that distinctive air cleaner. But it is not an original Hemi car. The undercarriage, let's just say it has been finely detailed, and I'll prove it to you right now. Look at that. With the floor pans and the chassis rails and the cross members, suspension pieces, torsion bars, and you see the tubular headers there with the stainless exhaust. What else can you say? They really went the extra mile in getting this ready for auction. This is a factory 4-speed car, although the Hemi is not factory original. This is a 4-speed car, A833. PPG, bright red paint, with a brand new white interior.
I gotta say, if you're gonna build this car, this is the way you do it. 5-year build here, and just it's perfect from every single angle. What a cool car. I don't care if it's not a factory Hemi. It's a Hemi 4-speed car now, and it is gorgeous.
No argument. Back in 1967, when the GTX debuted, it took a little while for the Mopar people to get excited about that body style. They were kind of used to the more wind-cheating design of the Dodges, the Coronets, what have you, and so it took a little while. But now these cars, they have just as much desirability as anything from that period.
CJ, I'm looking at the 5th digit in the VIN, which is an L, and in 67, would that not have been a 440 from the factory?
I believe that it is, yes.
Now we're out. They got 70 asking 72.
Well, those were your V8 choices back in 67. Hemi or 440?
The L was a 440 high performance in 68, so that makes sense in 67. It was the same code.
Okay.
So $70,000 to the Megan.
Yeah, there it is. $70,000, no reserve. That's a fun car. Okay, here we go. Bill and Chris and everybody, a car we've discussed and looked at, 1964 Corvette convertible. An award winner from both Bloomington Gold and the NCRS.
Yes, and this was a 375 horsepower fuel-injected engine. This is when the horsepower went up to 375 from 360. That's the first thing. Secondly, we all know that the Z06 debuted in 1963. In 1964, some of those special pieces from the Z06 found their way into special orders on 64s, including the sintered metallic brake package. And as I think I've mentioned in the past, some people who bought that brake package intended to race their Corvettes. That's all well and good. But some people thought, hey, let me get that metallic brake package for my street-driven Corvette, and I can just have bragging rights. The problem was those brakes were designed for racetrack duty, and they did not stop very well until they were hot. So some of those owners got out of the showroom and got out on Main Street and hit the brake pedal and wondered why their car didn't stop so well. So that's that on the brake package. Very interesting, but yes, all told, this is an extremely distinctive Corvette with those pieces and, again, that 375-horse fuel-injected engine.
And again, that is not black interior that you're seeing on your television screen. That is dark blue. Such a great color combination.
Navy, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for reminding us of that because it can be really difficult to tell. And the high bid on that 64 Corvette, $120,000. Back to Houston after a short timeout.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody. We're live on ESPN Plus. Great to have you. And so many gorgeous cars here at Mecum, but I think this one may win the award for best paint job. 1963 Ford Thunderbird Custom. And what really jumps out, obviously, guys, is this stunning paint. Ombre. Not many you're ever going to find like this one. The custom blend is called Tequila Sunrise, done by Squeegee's Customs in Mesa, California. The actual custom refurbishing done by Rick Dorr. He called this one, referred to it as Tango. Rick is on that same level as Chip Foose in the restoration world, so you know it's top notch. Some of the highlights: top chop 3 inches with a 1961 Thunderbird hood, stretched and the scoop restyled. And I want to show you up front here the custom grill opening and billet bullet grill done by Western Engineering. How cool is that? Only 38,917 miles, guys. She is a showstopper. Coming to you soon, Scott.
Wow, Danielle. Boy, that's the kind of a wildest T-Bird we've seen in a little bit.
That takes me back to when I was a kid and I used to build AMT models, and you could build a model either as a stocker or a racer or a show car, and they gave you all the parts to do something like that.
That's fun.
That's a great throwback.
All right, DT, thank you for being on top of that one for us. We'll keep our eye. How can you miss that one coming to the block? Here is a bit of Oldsmobile history. The Olds 98 from 1953.
And powered by the engine that really stopped everybody's clock in 1949. That Oldsmobile 303 cubic inch rocket V8 changed the course of V8 technology at General Motors. This one with a power operated black convertible top. Not all convertible tops power operated back in the 50s. Frame off restoration completed about, we'll say 8 years ago, but still looks very fresh. And we are going to sell it.
What a car.
What a car.
Sold $95,000.
Remember now, this was the year of the Motorama cars. This was not one of them. That was the Olds Fiesta. This is the Oldsmobile 98, but it's got almost just as much eyeball as that Motorama car.
Yeah, if the Fiesta would have gotten stuck in traffic, this would have been right there.
Yeah, right next to it.
Wow, what a cool car. Love to see it. Okay, how many Sprinter vans for Mercedes-Benz today, Bill?
I think this is 4 altogether. 1 yesterday and 3 today, I think.
Oh, I think this is the 4th one today. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Could be right.
That's true.
Yep.
This one already at $100,000.
Diesel powered, little 2-liter 4-cylinder diesel with an automatic. And inside, this is for cruising. This is not what you would call a mini motorhome. Got captain's chairs and a J lounge and leather upholstery. It's got TV in there, 43-inch TV.
It's not an office either.
No, not an office. You're right. No, just for, little party bus, I guess you might say.
That's pretty trick.
Yeah. 43-inch TV. That's a pretty big flat screen to have in that little truck. But
love that.
That would be fun to take out on a road trip and watch some tube.
Anybody give 95?
$90,000.
$90,000 is the bid. Anybody give 95,000? Reserve is off.
Oh, the reserve's off.
Anybody get 95?
Frank Mecum gave us that indication.
95,000. Sold. $90,000 to the Meganet.
Now I'll bring out 155.
All right.
2015
On the
Corvette
internet,
Z06
selling for $90,000.
3,600 miles.
Oh, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
Be still my heart.
I know.
Boy, this Corvette has a lot going for it. C7 2015 Z06 in a fantastic color that's Laguna blue, and it's got horsepower and everything to go with it.
Until 2019 and the latest generation of the ZR1 at that point. This was the high watermark for Corvette performance, the 650 horsepower Z06 with a supercharged 6.2. This one with the 8-speed automatic with paddle shifters. The color's Laguna blue, and the interior is dark gray. And the extra cost options and standard equipment is significant. The 3LZ Premium Equipment Group, the Z07 Ultimate Performance Package, and the Visible Carbon Fiber Package as well. That's just for starters, and $70,000 not enough.
Okay, it's going to go to bid goes on, and we'll see what kind of magic they can work over there. 58 El Dorado Baritz convertible is another landmark car from the 50s, no doubt about it.
Never mass-produced. The old 1950s era El Dorado Baritz cars were certainly very exclusive. This is one of only 815 that were built in 58 with that dual quad 365 horsepower V8 engine and that silky smooth automatic transmission. The color's Dakota red, and so much work went into the restoration of this Caddy. They put in a brand new air conditioning system, overhauled it, put in modern R134 refrigerant, retrofitted all the necessary parts in it. New front end, new rear springs and shocks. They even rebuilt the wiper assembly.
Seriously?
Yes, the windshield wipers have been rebuilt. So they are as new. Turbine style hubcaps.
They left no stone unturned here.
75.
And with that top down and that hard parade boot, you get a front row look at the interior.
Going to close the bid there at $75,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
Now I'll bring out 156.
Well, with all that stuff you were talking about, Bill, and the attention to detail, not surprising that $75,000 won't cover that one. Well, Bill, it's on the way. That's your Viper from the top of the program. We're going to see it in this segment, by the way. So prepare to fasten your seatbelts and get that oxygen ready.
Make sure your tray tables and seat back are in their upright and locked position.
Here's a Bel Air, another Bel Air convertible, 1957 this time.
Frame-off restoration with a fuel-injected 283 V8 engine. That was available in 57. This was probably not originally installed, but it has been done properly. Yeah, that was the same year that fuel injection debuted in the Corvette, so it spread over to the full-size Chevy. It's got that Wonderbar AM radio. That's kind of like the precursor to the Seek and Scan radios that we have today, and that's always kind of a neat little option. It's pretty blue, Larkspur blue. We've seen that many times in the past. And that's Larkspur blue with Harbor blue on the inside. A symphony of blues.
Oh.
Ah, yes. 3-speed on the column. I believe he's in first gear right now. I've drove many of those as a young man, believe me. 3 on the tree.
I bid at $90,000 for that Bel Air. And rolling up to the block here is quite possibly not only a first ballot Paint Hall of Fame candidate, maybe the overall winner this weekend. Perhaps.
This 1956 Chevy Townsman custom wagon was parked out on Mecum Boulevard, one of the first cars that people saw when they walked into the building, and not many could just walk past without stopping and just drinking in what we're seeing right now. Extensive frame-off restoration to begin with. Every nut and bolt is new, if you can believe that. LS Series V8 with a 6-speed automatic. Everywhere you look, it's been detailed, it's been finished, it's been prepared. It has been presented for show. Oh my, that leather interior custom console. You see, even the shifter is housed in a custom hand-fabricated boot, made of leather, of course. There you see that V emblem on the tailgate. That is another custom touch, and those are what you might say a reinterpretation of the Chevy rally wheel, a ventilated wheel with a rally wheel center cap and trim ring. You know, this is one of these cars, Scott, we see them come through where the more you look at it, the more you find something else you missed the first time.
The better it gets.
Yep.
You know what? That wagon would be at home at the SEMA show.
No debate. And that emblem we saw on the tailgate, that's actually a stoplight.
The third brake light.
The third brake light has been integrated into that V emblem on the tailgate.
That is a perfect example. The more you look, the better it gets.
Yeah.
Reserve is off.
Oh, the reserve is off here at $120,000.
125 pounds and on the bed. 125, right?
Stainless steel exhaust. Got a 9-inch rear end underneath there. Special aftermarket Speed Tech rear suspension. Adjustable QA1 coilover shocks. Oh, I could go on and on.
Did you mention the color? That's candy brandy
wine, yeah.
With the soft beige above.
Candy Brandywine is one of the signature colors from House of Color. You know, so many cars are done in that color, and yet you never get tired of seeing
right.
them.
Absolutely. Okay. Another 6-figure sale here at Mecum Houston with another ZR1 on the block right now. ZR1 number 3 today. And this one already at $160.
And some uniqueness here. This is one of only 102 ZR1 coupes produced in that color, the Watkins Glen Gray. And it's not a high mileage car, about 2,800 miles. And we'll go over the specs again because I just love hearing them coming from my mouth. 755 horsepower out of the LT5, the supercharged 6.2. You can get a manual. This has the 8-speed automatic. And the original MSRP, are you ready, was $137,000, and we just blew that out of the water.
Yep. 190 is the bid. That's going to put it into the top 3.
190 pounds a dollar. So 190.
Wow.
So Bill, you like the Watkins silver better than the ceramic matrix silver that we saw a little bit earlier?
That's like asking a guy in the electric chair if he wants AC or DC.
Oh, so you want both?
Dear.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
It just comes to me. I can't explain it. Don't ask.
It's a different kind of moment.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. So now 3 of our top 5 sellers today are ZR1s. And again, taking a page out of the Ferrari book from yesterday.
Yeah.
Here's your Viper SRT10, Bill, top of the show car.
Yeah, we went over the specs. Over 1,000 horsepower, twin turbo, 8.3 liter V10. And a lot of extra engineering went into this in terms of just the heat management. They got heat shielding over the turbochargers, over the exhaust system, and this has side exhaust, and they've put heat shielding on the side exhaust to reduce the chances of burning your legs when you get in and out of the car. That's some forethought. Mopar aftermarket suspension pieces for handling, brakes upgraded. This is a handful of automobile with all that horsepower, and yet accommodations have been made that anybody with even decent driving skills should be able to drive it and have some fun without getting into too much trouble. But of course, there are people that'll get into trouble no matter what you do to the car. But yeah, this is not a car for a novice. This is, if somebody wants to drive this car to its potential, they'd better have some chops.
Beautiful design in its coupe form, too. Really great lines on this car.
Yeah, because, you know, that coupe, that went away for a while when this generation began. This is the third generation Viper, and that began in 2003. The coupe didn't come along until 2006, and then 2007 was a carryover. They didn't change anything because in 2008 ushered in the new generation. So this is kind of like a tweener car, the 2006.
90 pounds and $1. So 90 pounds and $1.
Hey, how about 90 grand for it? I think you're 3 for 3 on your selection cars today.
Wow, accidents do happen.
90 grand for that Viper. Well, it takes 2 to tango. Here you go, Bill, our custom T-Bird from 1963.
Yeah, I get it. That is the nickname of this car, created by Rick Dorr, well-known customizer, and a TV star, too. Television show Rick has been a star of. Yeah, this is, as I said earlier, one of those cars that takes you back to the full customs of the 1950s and 60s with the Alexander brothers and, of course, George Barris and Gene Winfield, and you go right down the list, with all the custom bodywork and the special custom paint application and all of the fantastic craftsmanship that allows you to make such radical changes to a car and have it look this perfect.
Wow. And perfect it does. Somebody agrees to the tune of $62,000. Guarantee you could not build that car today for that kind of money.
The man hours and the bodywork and paint alone would just be unlimited.
Well, performance from the Corvette in 1982 wasn't exactly a big selling point. Right. This one had, however, been modified to more than make up for what it lacked originally.
Oh, this car has been given its liquid protein. It is way up on power now. A 650 horsepower, 427, and an 82 Corvette, the last year for the C3 generation, which kind of went out with a whimper, but whoever built this Corvette would have none of that. It does have an automatic transmission. You see the custom rear slats over the rear window. It put some mag wheels on it. This was a show winner 25 years ago at the World of Wheels. So notice how, you know, this customization has held up so well over that time.
Boy, it really has.
You know?
High bid on that 82 Vet, $26,000. Another bit of modern Mopar muscle for us, Chris Jacobs, with 23 Challenger Black Ghost Edition.
Yeah, as we always say when these come across, to commemorate the end of the SRT program in 2023, Dodge released 7 last call models. This was number 6 of the 7. This is the Black Ghost, and it is a tribute to the legendary Black Ghost of 1970. Godfrey Qualls, the Detroit police officer, motor unit police officer, used to have that RTSE with the gator grain top. He used to go and kick butt out on Woodward Avenue and then disappear into the night, a la the name, the Black Ghost. It's got that simulated gator grain graphic on the hood, which was actually a mistake. Godfrey did not originally order the gator grain, but when it arrived, he liked it so much, he said, hey, I'll keep it as is. Only 300 of these produced, just like the King Daytona. And did it sell, Bill, or did it go to?
No, came up a little bit short and a little surprising. This only has 159 miles on it, but it's going to take more for somebody to get the title signed over to them.
Okay, in the meantime, a 1970 Olds 442 convertible. Look at this, selling at no reserve.
Oh my.
They dropped the top on this black with white interior.
Sorry, Scott, you're going to have to take over for me. I'm swooning.
It's okay. $45,000 is the current bid, and that 365 horse 455 is what it's all about.
Yeah, this is the high watermark for 442s, except for the W30s, the 365 horse 455 in 1970. Yeah, this one with an automatic, of course, 4-speed available as well.
Sure.
Yep, 12-bolt rear end. has that W27 aluminum cover. That's a topic of conversation with Oldsmobile aficionados. You know, the 442s that have that aluminum cover gives it a little bit more cachet, you might say. Not all of them have that. Factory air, too.
You know, and I was like, sorry, sir, you
58 grand.
Yeah, things began to slide after 1970 with the 442, as we all know. Well, with everything, of course. The world was changing, so this would be the one. If somebody was interested in the most powerful non-W30 442, you want the 1970.
Mecum regular Jim Wicks in on the mix.
Yep.
He knows a good car when he sees it.
That's Jim in the Plum Crazy shirt down there.
He is my Wikipedia. Always give me little nuggets about cars when I'm previewing them.
He represents buyers and sellers depending on the case, and is a collector, really solid collector in his own right, and he is a wealth of info. Very nice, affable gentleman. Always like to see him. Okay, did it sell?
Yes.
Okay.
63, I believe.
Excellent. Aston Martin DB9 Volante following up the 442.
This is our first Aston, I think, that we've had today.
Correct.
5.9 liter, 450 horse V12 engine. And you know what? Maybe 18 years ago, this may have found its way into our top 5. These were pretty pricey when they were new. This one has the automatic transmission, and that is tungsten gray. See the beautiful burled wood interior trim there. Of course, these Aston Martins from this generation and its sister car, the Jaguar, really represented the epitome of British style, performance, and luxury, all kind of mixed together.
41, 41, sir. 40 pounds, 41.
40's the bid.
One, high 41 bid. 40 pounds and 41. Give one, 41, 42, 42, 42.
I think he'll give 43.
41, 42.
I think he'll give 3.
Give 42,000, 43. 43 to you, sir, 42, 43. 43 pounds another bid. Good 2, 3, high 43, 42 pounds, 43. Last call. Jared. 44, 44 pounds another bid. 43, 44, 44 pounds another bid.
Aston Martin, too.
Anybody else? High 43. Last
Can't
call
say
to you.
that this has had
43, 44, 45.
a lot of
45
use.
pounds another bid. 5, last 45 pounds. 5.
This is about where you would expect
One more.
on a 15-year-old.
46.
More than that.
45, 46.
It'll sell around here. Market correct.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, brother.
45.
And there we go. You are right. $45,000. And there it is. Aston going to a new collector today in Houston. We will take a timeout and hit pause. We'll hit play again when we resume in a minute.
Welcome back to Mecum Auctions here in Houston, and not just Houston, but literally on the auction block. That's where this D170 will be making its appearance in just a couple of minutes. This one's got delivery miles, only 67 on the clock. Done up in beautiful plum crazy with the matte black going across the hood, the roof, and the deck lid as well. Man, these are such cool cars, and we mentioned that the Black Ghost was the second to last call model. Well, of course, the D170 is the last of the last calls. Carbon wheels, Alcantara around the steering wheel, as well as the seat inserts, full leather. It's got the passenger seat, but it is rear seat delete. So, Scott, it is rolling up onto the entry mat, so it's going to be on deck behind this pickup truck that's on the block right now. And can't wait to see what the plum crazy and the carbon wheel combination does to the final sale price on this D170.
Yep, minutes away. Thanks, CJ. First of all, we've got to take care of a Silverado 2500 HD here, Bill.
Yes, I know we're talking about 1,000 horsepower muscle cars, but gentlemen, can we just calm down a little bit and go back to planet Earth? Let's talk about this pickup truck. This is like the sensible shoes here of our automobiles and trucks today.
Okay.
2004, it has the 6.6 liter diesel Duramax V8 engine with an Allison automatic transmission. A few options: dual zone climate control, leather interior, and heated seats. There you go. That's the story. Now let's see what the bidders want to do.
23, 24. Anybody else?
No reserve, 23 grand. Russell Conklin, our auctioneer right now, has everything well in hand, and 23,000 it is. Okay, so we go from the sensible shoes, the Converse Chuck Taylors, to your Air Jordans, pretty much.
That was good. I like that.
Limited edition Air Jordans.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. The D170 from 2023 is on the block, and it immediately 6 figures, not surprising.
Yep. You know, if the term had not already been used, this would be the king of the hill when it comes to muscle cars. At least ICE, internal combustion engine muscle cars for sure. And this Demon 170, I'll tell you, it rocked the earth when it was announced by the folks at Dodge.
And those carbon wheels, which is, I believe, was an $11,000 option from the factory, certainly helping with the price on this car, as well as that color combination with the matte. And don't know if the rear seat delete is doing anything for it, but this one does have that unique option of rear seat delete.
Yeah, there's probably not an inexpensive option on these cars. Actually, we talked about the wheels and sunroof and some of the electronics.
Wide in the rear, narrow in the front. That Demon badge with the yellow eye for corn, which is the ethanol, that's what the DC or D170 derives from. Proof of the fuel used to maximize the performance of this car.
Yeah, an old drag racer like me loves that line lock and launch control in this car.
135.
Line lock basically locks the front wheels, and you can load up the rear wheels. And when it's time to go, you just let that button go, and the front brakes release, and you are on your way.
That's where those Mickey Thompsons come into play.
Yeah, big bite back there.
All right, a high bid on this D170, $135,000. Interesting vehicle coming up next from BMW, 2024 XM label red. Now, this has got some serious specs to go along with it, Bill.
It's that generation of hybrid that we're seeing more and more of, and especially now from these high-end premium nameplates like BMW. Limited edition, one of 500, twin-turbo 4.4-liter V8 with an electric motor, all in 738 horsepower and 738 pound-feet of torque. 8-speed automatic transmission that is race-tuned. And it's got that evil, wicked, and nasty exterior matte finish.
Reserves off. Here, anybody. 117.
You will be the only one in town with one of these, I guarantee you.
Come on, come on.
Those 500, by the way, not just for the United States, but worldwide, there are only 500.
Right. Did you mention the torque rating on this?
I did. It's as much as the horsepower.
I know. It's insane.
Rarely see that.
That is a muscle crossover. 117.5. All right. 2016 Silverado. Back to sensible shoes here, Bill.
We are indeed. Yeah. 5.3 liter V8 powers this one. It's a short bed single cab truck with an automatic. Been lowered a little bit, rear wheel drive, not all wheel drive. Power steering and brakes. And some electronics, Bluetooth connectivity with a hands-free control system on the steering wheel. And those are not US mags. You'll see they're Chevy branded. Those are GM 22-inch chrome wheels. Yeah, you can now get a good look at how lowered the ride height is on the truck.
21 the bid. The internet jumps in at the 11th hour.
Reserve is off.
Yep.
22, 23.
Figured somewhere in the 20s, and there it is.
Good 22 pounds, sir. You want to get 23? 4, 24,000. 4, high negative 24 pound out of bed. 24,000 out of it. 24, 4, high negative 24,000 out of it. Anybody else? 24,000. I got 22, 24. Last call. 24,000. So $22,000. So $22,000 internet.
Yes, 172.1 a 50.
All right, 22 ends up buying the Silverado.
40 pounds and out of bed.
That Silverado, I should say. This Silverado is now under the block.
And let me tell you about this one, Scott. It's going to be very similar to the one that we just saw. Of course, it's a different color, but it's got the 5.3. Got an automatic. It's been lowered. Okay. It's a rear-wheel drive truck. It's got the power steering and power disc brakes, and it has the 22-inch chrome wheels. But, however, wait for it, Magnuson supercharger on the 5.3. So this one's toting a little bit more horsepower than that white one. And this one about 33,000 miles of use so far.
Hey, Bill, guess what time it is?
Let me look at my watch. It's Silverado o'clock.
Yes.
Thanks for asking.
39 for this one. Yeah, in fact, we have 7 Silverados in a row. A couple of Joe Gibbs editions coming up.
And in their own way, all different. Look at this one, selling for almost twice what the white one sold for.
Exactly.
They like that color, and they like that blower.
Very cool. Okay, as we get set for the first of a couple of Joe Gibbs Silverados, we remind you that it is straight up at 3 o'clock here in Houston, 4 p.m. out on the East Coast. And we thank you for joining us. There we are, the gang. Those are our Twitter or X handles, I should say. We're on Instagram. You're not in Instagram yet.
No, you have to show me how.
We'll get you there. And Facebook as well. So check us out. Send a comment if you choose. This Joe Gibbs edition Silverado from 2005 now.
Did you see that engine room?
Oh, yeah.
That is purty. That was a supercharged and intercooled 454 LSX V8 engine in this Joe Gibbs edition pickup. It's a 2005 Silverado. Automatic transmission, MSD ignition as well underneath there. Plenty of power. Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes underneath, and 20-inch Joe Gibbs branded wheels. Did I tell you that I spent some time with Joe Gibbs when he owned drag racing teams in the NHRA?
I think you might have. It sounds familiar, but yes, go ahead.
Of course,
tell
he was
me more.
A NASCAR owner, NHRA, and he's a car guy.
Yeah, oh yes.
Loves fast cars. And this truck, a perfect example of what he would do to a pickup truck. This has got all the go-fast stuff on it.
Did you guys talk football or racing?
Kind of both.
Yeah.
But I was surprised with just how much automotive knowledge he had.
Cool.
You know, and to own those teams, you know,
You
he
have
was
to.
learning something every day, probably.
Sure. Okay, $43,000 buys that Silverado, the first of a pair from the Joe Gibbs livery. Here's one from 05 also.
Yep, done a little bit differently here. It does have a supercharged and intercooled LSX V8 with a Whipple blower on it. Different intake system on this, and this one has American racing headers down below there. You see some carbon fiber intake pieces there. Just add to the, look at that. That looks like carbon fiber too, that expansion. That is pretty trick. MSD ignition. Oh, the transmission, sure. I'm sorry, a 4L80. It's a crate automatic. Out back, 373 gears in the Mosier center section. Willwood four-wheel power disc brakes. Nice. Everything about it. And how about that color scheme?
Love it.
Yep. It's charcoal gray with a kind of a silver accent that goes from the nose halfway up the truck.
Let's try 43, see what goes on.
Oh! I'll get a bit of a 3, 4. Hit forward, I'll get a bit of a 4, 5. I'll get a bit of a 5. Hit 5, I'll get a bit of a 4. I'll get a bit of a 45 pounds. I'll get a bit of a 7, I'll get a bit of a 7. I'll I'd get a minimum 45, 7, 15, 15,000 a bid. And now 15, I'd get a minimum 15,000 a bid. And I'd get a minimum 15, I'd get a minimum 15 here. I'd get a minimum 15.
Two contenders here, Bill.
I'd get a minimum 47 a bid.
Yes.
15, hit 15,000 here. I'd get a minimum 15. And I'd get a minimum 15. I'd get a minimum 9. Thank you. 15 reserves on 15,000.
Okay, that's enough to get the reserve off. We know that.
15,000 a bid. Hit 15. I'd get a minimum 50 bid. Hit 49. I'd get a minimum 50. 49 here. 15. I'd get a minimum 15,000. And I'd get a minimum 15. I'd have sold 49. Sold $49,000 chicken George.
Now I'll bring S174 and 05 Silverado.
So 49,000 for the second of two consecutive Joe Gibbs Silverados.
You know, if you ran into Joe at the races, people didn't call him Joe or Mr. Gibbs or whatever. It was always Coach.
Oh yeah, sure. I can see that.
Coach.
I can see that. John Wooden, the legendary basketball coach at UCLA, wrote a book called "They Call Me Coach."
Okay.
Same.
Yeah. Same pantheon of great coaches.
No doubt. Here's an 05 Silverado RST.
Yeah, and this one has been upgraded in the power department. This has got a whipple blower on it, dyno tuned 5.3 with an overdrive automatic transmission. Black leather seats, red stitching. Yep. Again, build quality. No complaints whatsoever anywhere on that truck. That is well done. Silver birch is the paint color.
Beautiful truck here, guys. And just going back to some of the kind words, Scott and Bill, you've had for Coach Gibbs, the only human being that can say he's a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
And if the NHRA had a Hall of Fame, he'd probably be in that too.
True. Okie-doke, reserves off. And it's sold. So we will take a break here and return with more from Houston after this. 29 grand for it.
Welcome back to the great state of Texas here in Houston for our coverage of Mecum auctions. And man, there's so many cool customs at this event, including this 1970 Ford Mustang Mach 1 Fastback Custom. Look at that beautiful one-off green paint. Under the hood is a fuel-injected Coyote Generation 2, backed up by a Tremec 6-speed transmission, custom shaker hood, TMI interior, custom one-off steering wheel, side exhaust, and check out the back panel here too. I love this touch. Shelby style taillights on this 1970. There's the gas filler right there. US mags at all four corners in front of Willwood disc brakes. Got the Boss paint on there on the fender. Just looking so cool. What a great 70 custom. Gonna be coming across the block in just a little bit. Scott?
All eyes on it when it gets here, Chris. Thank you, brother. Right now, an 1990 454 SS pickup.
I think we're going to get some spirited bidding on this. It only has 46 miles on it. This was the first year for the 454 SS muscle truck from Chevy. Now, the first year in 1990, like this one, it had 230 horsepower. And it had a non-overdrive automatic transmission. That all changed the following year when the horsepower went up to 255 and a 4L automatic came in. So,
do you think this is 46 original or 46 since a restoration, or what do you think here?
Are you getting...
I mean, it looks great. I mean, it's in fabulous condition.
I'm going to say that that's the original mileage.
Okay.
Unless somebody tells me different.
Well, look at this, $70,000.
Yeah, I think
that would be a pretty good indicator. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that collectors look for because it is the first year for these. But those that are actually looking maybe to drive them and use them would probably want more horsepower and the overdrive automatic transmission. But when they have this few mileage on them, I mean, that's the wild card. That makes it desirable to everybody.
And the internet takes the cake here in a big way. $75,000. So we move to 2022 GMC Sierra Denali HD next.
Yep, this is the top of the line trim level for the Sierra, the Denali 6.6 liter V8. An automatic transmission. And some upgrades, Rancho shocks. Weather guard diamond plated toolbox. We'll get a look at that in just a second here. There it is. An excellent condition, and why not with only 3,178 miles on the odometer. Yeah, these Denalis, they came fully packed with options. Power windows, locks and seats, a Bose stereo, heated seats, push button start, dual zone climate control. You're driving a car that looks like a truck. Do you ever own a pickup truck?
Yes. Yeah, I did. I had an 05 Toyota Tundra. 6-cylinder, loved it.
Yeah. Those trucks will outlive every human being on Earth. They are indestructible unless you tell me differently.
Well, I'm about to tell you differently.
Okay.
The guy that I sold it to sent me a picture a couple of months after I sold it to him. Yeah. A tree fell on it.
Oh, well, okay.
And I mean a big tree, not just a little one. The sapling. It was a big, gigantic tree.
That was not a self-induced death. That was a natural disaster.
Right. Yeah. Yes. That's about the only way to get rid of one of those.
Yeah, they're tough cookies.
Okay, another Silverado here. This one from 2022 this time. 1500 LTD RST.
Well, if if they ever reshoot Smokey and the Bandit, they want to do it with pickup trucks. Here we go. This is 3 years old, the 2022, and the Bandit edition. They built a few of these, and look at the bidding already, Scott. We're well into six figures.
Right.
Only 305 miles on it. This is the quad cab version, as you can see. Ecotec V8, 707 horsepower. You heard me right. 8-speed automatic, and it's got that Bandit paint motif. It's become so familiar, of course, because of the Bandit edition Trans Ams.
300 miles on it, 700 horsepower truck, 115,000 a bid. Give 115 bid. You want it? 115,000 a bid. 115 George, 115 will do it. Not gonna 115,000. 815 down. Not gonna
110 grand, and Matt Morvac wants another 5 to add to that.
Yeah, I read somewhere that Pontiac did not want to give those Trans Ams to Hal Needham when he was producing the.
Really?
They didn't want to do it because they thought that the movie was going to be a stiff, and they did not want to be associated with it. And that movie wound up being the second highest grossest movie in 1977.
I wonder what changed their mind and made them say and give in and say, yeah, okay.
Hard to say. Burt Reynolds was not the Class A superstar.
Not yet.
Not at that time. No.
110,000 bucks is going to be a little under the money for that Bandit. Okay, here is an always interesting Corvette.
Money.
Yes, you hear us talk so often about the Chevelle LS6 from 1970. Well, you could get that engine in a Corvette in 1971.
Yep, 1 year only, and this was really the last high horsepower super monster Corvette that you could buy until, well, let's say until the 1990 ZR1, because this LS6 has 425 horsepower and 475 pound-feet of torque. It was a muscle vet. 188 of these were built, highly desirable, collectible, and as time goes by, they become even more valuable. This one has the aluminum cylinder heads and a 4-speed. Steel City's Gray, one of our favorite Corvette colors. Just the name of it itself just shrieks Corvette. And as I expected, we're into six figures.
$110. Yeah, they built fewer of these LS6s than they did of the L88s all told, yes?
Yeah, there were 288 L88, 216 L88s that were built. You're right, yeah. 188 of these.
So 110 overall, and that'll be the mark to shoot for as that makes an appearance at Bid Goes On. In the meantime, a 1955 F100 pickup truck.
Sometimes we see paint jobs on custom vehicles, cars, and trucks that are non-metallic, solid colors that are as impressive as a metallic or a candy apple, and you're looking at one right now. Look at the paint application on this 55 F100. You saw the engine there. That is a Ford 351, and everything on this is show-worthy. Outside, inside, and underneath. Even the headers, the exhaust headers, have been polished on this truck. Power steering and brakes, rack and pinion steering, by the way. Power windows, got vintage AC, coil-over suspension, and four-wheel discs. 20-inch custom wheels. They're from Bose, with high-performance radials wrapped around them.
Yeah, that's Bose, B-O-Z-E.
B-O-Z-E, yes.
Not to be confused with Bose, B-O-S-E, the audio guys.
The audio company.
57.
Good one.
16, 57,000, 16,000 a bid. 16,000. Not gonna. He's out back there. 16,000 and 57 here. 16 and 57 bid. Not gonna bit of a 16. Not gonna bit of a 16,000.
Hardwood bed in the back. All detailed, but not enough money out there yet.
67 Corvette Coupe. NCRS top flight.
Okay, here's a 67 Vet with the small block.
Well, you know what I always say.
What do you always say, Bill?
I always say if you see a mid-year Corvette that has a Power Glide automatic and a small block, there's a very good chance it has factory AC. Well, look at that. Yep, this is a 327 300 horse motor. That would be the base 327 for 1967, and it has the Power Glide, and it has the air conditioning, as he mentioned. But this car is special in other ways. An NCRS Top Flight Award 3 times, has the judging sheets and the shadow boxes commemorating these. By the way, as I've mentioned in the past, getting NCRS Top Flight certification on your Corvette is a lengthy process. It just doesn't, you know, take a day or two to do it. You've got to attend NCRS events and be judged, and when your car has accumulated so many points at those events, it is awarded Top Flight. Silver outside, teal leather interior. Yes, beautiful leather interior inside. I see power window switches on the console there. It's also got power steering and brakes. Bolt-on wheels. Those are aftermarket, not the original Kelsey Hayes versions.
Now 15, reserve
but it's exceptional.
115 bid, reserve is off 110,
and it's going to sell.
115, be a horrible time to quit, sir. Give 115,000 a bid. 110, 15 bid. Hit 15, not going to be a bit of a cut of 115,000. And not going to be a 15, 15, not going to be a bit of a cut of 15 bid. At 15, 15, not going to be a bit of a cut of 115 bid. Not going to be about 115,000 a bid.
Reserve off $110,000.
115, not going to be about 15, 15, not going to be 115, not going to be 10, sir. 115, and to be this last call, 110. $115,000 that I'd have. Sold 110,000.
Oh, the youngest auctioneer in training that we've had here today.
The Pee Wee division.
He's thrilled with that. The Pee Wee division. Oh, that is fantastic. Back in Houston, you're staring almost head-on at a 57 Custom Bel Air. Boy, you take one look at the interior, man, that is super plush, Bill.
Oh, yeah, and speed equipment, abundanza. Started with a 350 Y-end Ram Air aluminum intake, aluminum anodized fuel rails for a really spectacular presentation. Aluminum valve covers, billet aluminum serpentine belt pulley system, on and on and on. Chrome alternator, everything you could think of under the hood. And yes, the interior. How about that? That beautiful red leather that just harmonizes with that red paint on the exterior. Chrome wheels. And the wheels are connected to a really high-tech suspension system underneath with QA1 coilover shocks. Powered disc brakes. We can't see it, but even underneath that trunk lid, that interior, the trunk, is stitched out like the interior of the car. Wow.
All right, the bid goes on for that one at $100,000, and look at this, our fourth 2019 ZR1. This has got to be my fave with that Admiral Blue, Bill.
Yeah, that makes this even more exclusive, we'll say, than maybe the ones we saw previously, because only 39 of these ZR1 coupes in 2019 came from the factory with that color. 755 horsepower, LT5. This one with the automatic transmission with the paddles.
This one's been driven too.
Yeah, look at the mileage on this, huh?
35,000 and change.
I mean, there's no road rash. There's no bug schmutz on the front. I mean, it's
This was bug schmutz delete.
Yeah, and there's none. Yeah, no curb rash on those beautiful alloy wheels. Oh, this was pampered.
Hey.
This has had the life of Riley, this ZR1.
I know. We're trying.
He wants it all, but I think we can try and get a little more.
Yeah.
I look strong.
Hey,
Matt. Yes.
we're close. We're close. But let's do a Mecum rule. We're just about there. 135.
This one's easy.
All right, that was Frank Mecum laying it out very plainly.
That car's yours. You've seen them both sell. Sold 135.
Wow,
Sold
that didn't take long.
That may be a record for how quick the Mecum rule has worked.
I think so. That was a no-brainer for that guy.
Oh, he'll be happy too.
Good for him.
He who hesitates is lunch for the lion.
Is that how it goes?
I think that's it. It made sense to me anyway.
Okay. Yeah, 135 buys that ZR1. Man, that's nice. Okay, 1953 Cadillac Series 62 convertible coupe next.
So when I look at this car, the first thing I think of is the Motorama Cadillac.
Sure.
1953 was the year. It was teamed up with the Buick Skylark and the Oldsmobile Fiesta. However, this is not the Eldorado. This is the Series 62, but you could fool an expert because it's got the right paint, the right wheels, the right tires. It's got everything. Comprehensive frame-off restoration. About 7 years ago, and only 800 miles since then. Probably did a lot of parade duty, is my guess. 331 cubic inch V8 engine. That was Cadillac's standard bearer for a while. And then they went with bigger cubes not long thereafter. Power operated top. That does not have that hard parade boot. It's got the soft top boot, as you can see on the back, that matches the interior.
Okay, $100,000. Since we're in the home of the Houston Astros, a swing and a miss at 100,000. Gonna take more.
How are they doing this year?
Are
they swinging and missing
don't
a lot?
know.
Okay.
Don't know.
I know the Red Sox just got one of their players, Bregman.
Okay, they did sign one of their top young prospects, and his name escapes me right now. Not long ago, made the big club at age 22, and Houston is on fire for that kid, and I wish I could remember his name.
You will.
$30,000 is the opening bid for this 68 Chevelle Super Sport.
Yeah, we may be getting close. Maybe we'll see what happens. But this is a real super sport. A 138, as they call them, super sport, due to those numbers in the VIN. 375 horse, 396. That helps. That's the L78. Ash gold is the color, black stripes and interior. Threw some mag wheels on there, those 5 spokes American mags, and Willwood power disc brakes at each corner. Yeah, classic muscle right here with day 2 additions.
But it goes up there at 35. Got to close it at 35. We got a hop, skip, and a jump yet.
Yeah, maybe
now
another,
I'll bring us 187.1
another 10 or so might put it in the
Corvette
ballpark.
Yep, there you go.
V8 5-speed with there.
Okay, here's another 66 Corvette, and Bill, this one I see with a 67 big block hood.
Yep.
What else? Custom wheels, obviously.
Yep, yeah, the Stinger hood is just the beginning, Scott. Engine, completely non-1966. It's the 5.7 LS1. The LS1, about 350 horsepower, 5-speed manual transmission. And that's not a color that was in the OEM Corvette playbook in 1966. It's torch red. Power steering has been added, aftermarket power steering, not OEM there either. Power disc brakes, yeah, you get power disc brakes on a 66 Vet, but these are aftermarket four-wheel disc brakes with AC. Again, another non-OEM addition. So yeah, it's been customized, but still maintains a modicum of originality with those original style side exhausts.
75, 80,000 a bit. Everybody else at $77,000.
75 grand.
77,000 a bit. 75 pound, $80,000 bid. Down 80,000. 80,000. I have no idea. 80,000 bid. 77, 80,000. And Mitch trying to get it at 85. I'd get it better. Get it at 5. 85 down 5. Now 90 bid. 90,000 a bid. 85 bid. 90,000. 85. 90 bid. 85 down 90. Get it at 90. Last call net.
By the way, that kid's name is Cam Smith, the young prospect for the Astros. And great video. You may have seen it. It's been all over the internet. Where he found out that he made the big club. His mom, they invited his mom into the clubhouse and basically broke the news. The kid was in tears.
Yeah, you're triggering every Cubs fan on the planet right now, Scott. We traded him to Houston to get Kyle Tucker.
I know. It's okay. It's a cool story.
It is a great story, and I'm glad he made the big team, and I was very sorry to see him go, but Kyle Tucker's on fire for the Cubs.
Hey, I'd like to be sympathetic, but the Red Sox sold Babe Ruth, so just shut up. And there's a car on the block.
Yes, it's a Chevy 2 Nova, total custom treatment here on this dude from 1967.
Great restoration and customization on this Nova. 6.2 crate, ELS3, 4L65E automatic, and a heavy-duty rear end. So that's the running gear. Other modifications, powder-coated frame, Mosier 373 rear end, Mustang 2 rack and pinion steering, and Willwood four-wheel disc brakes. There's more, but that's most of the important stuff, other than the fact that the finished product is phenomenal.
These little square body Chevy 2 design cars just lend themselves so well to all kinds of thoughtful customization. I mean, no matter what you do almost to these, it works.
Yeah, that's why they're so popular. This is that 2-year-only body style, by the way, too. 66 and 67, and a big favorite with customizers. Great lines to start with.
Close bid at $80,000. However,
well, the high bid here, $80,000 bucks. And before we continue, let's check in with. Oh, hang on a second. We'll get to Danielle in just a moment. They've reopened the bidding
Who likes to see him
on
give
this
90,000?
car.
We'll sell the car. Now, a lesson from yesterday: if you try to wait it out, someone else can bid and they can buy the car from you. He countered at 85,000.
Okay,
Laura,
85
would your
is
man
the
like to
bid.
give 87? I got 85 bid. The bidding is still open. Anybody else at $87,000?
Boy, they could pull out the Mecum rule again.
Got 85 counters.
Yes.
87.
I got a good feeling.
Anybody else can play? Open court right now. You got 85, 87, 85, 87, 85, 87. Reserve is on.
All right.
At $85,000.
Wow, won't need it.
87. Where's Willis? Higher David at 85, 87. Higher David at 85, 87. Higher David against $7,000 later, down and a half. He gone. Sold $85,000.
All right, there we go. Another $5 grand. And that is a Mecum memory for sure.
Congratulations.
85,000 buys that Chevy 2 Nova Custom. Now, before we continue with the vehicles, let's check in with Danielle, standing by with a very special guest who's here.
Yes, a VIP is on stage with us, and I think he's going to bid on some cars. Former NFL star, current Food Network chef, and car collector, Eddie Jackson. Eddie, that was wild, right?
This is insane. I've never been to a Mecum auction before, but I am absolutely blown away.
What do you have your eye on today that's crossing the block?
Well, there's a 77 LTD that reminds me of Starsky and Hutch. And I used to love Starsky and Hutch when I was growing up, so I'm thinking about bidding on it.
Well, we love having you here, and the action's pretty intense. Is it hotter in the kitchen, on the football field, or at a Mecum auction when things get going?
Well, I heard that the guys were racing when the doors opened. A couple guys fell, so this might be a little bit more rough.
That is absolutely true. And just a moment ago, guys, if you haven't seen it, Eddie was banging the gavel. That's a VIP spot right there to bang the gavel. What was that like?
It's kind of nerve-wracking because if you look at these people out here that's waiting for it, it's kind of intimidating.
Don't mess things up, Eddie. We have a lot of money up here on the block.
I'm having a good time.
He's about to spend some money, I think. He's got a car he's got his eye on, Scott Hoke. It's crossing the block in just a minute.
Okay, we'll keep an eye. Yeah, I can see it from here. We'll keep an eye out for that and see what happens. $50,000 right now is the current number on this 64 Corvette convertible, Bill.
Yeah, tuxedo black. I like some of the add-ons like the side exhaust and the knockoff wheels and the red line tires, but nothing radical at all. Very conservatively done mid-year convertible, and it's going to sell, and it's another one of these mid-year convertibles that we've had that people don't have to really reach too deep into their pocket to buy.
Yeah, the 64 kind of is the year to go to if you want a mid-year at a, you know, fairly reasonable price.
Yeah, 64. They still had drum brakes, and the big block hadn't come in yet. So yes, and it was kind of like in the shadow of the 63.
Okay, here is a 2010 Jaguar XK convertible.
Fast, stylish, comfortable, luxurious, all those things. You can tell I own a Jaguar.
Yes.
I have a little bit of a bias there, but no, I think these cars are so cool. They look great, and you know, watch what this car will sell for. It's 15 years old, still has all of the performance and the luxury and the style. It's still a head turner. You'll still get a premium spot from the parking valet at your favorite restaurant. And that will be the Jaguar story for years to come. 54,000 miles on this one. White on white, elegant. Steve Matchett would say it's exquisite.
He would indeed.
Thanks, dude.
And it's sold for $19,000.
Yep. The most luxurious $19,000 anybody ever spent.
No reserve.
Well, here is a 1977 Ford LTD2.
This is the car that Eddie, I think, was just referring to.
I think he was kind of channeling a little bit of that Starsky and Hutch vibe, although not completely accurate.
Yeah, well, Starsky and Hutch's car was a 76 Grand Torino, I believe, but this could certainly be a villain's car that they would be chasing.
Yep, absolutely.
And yeah, I had my eye on this one yesterday. This has got so many cool features and pretty much a time capsule with only 39,000 original miles. So much style, man. I mean, if you're into this era of cars, this is a good one.
Yeah, you know, when you had your choice of cars in this particular time period from Ford that were all platform sharing. I mean, you had LTDs, you had Thunderbirds, you had Mercury Montegos, you had all of these other nameplates that basically started with the bones of this car here. This has got the 351. Automatic transmission, and only 242 where these were built with this paint and trim combination.
16, like Tim over there. Higher than 15, 16. Last call.
Eddie putting his hand up on this?
Eddie's on camera right now. Let's see if he got it. I don't know if he got it or not. No, he did not.
Did not.
He learned very quickly how to be a bidder. He's standing there with his arms crossed, scowl on his face.
No, hurry up offense, buddy.
Yes. All right, that one goes to another very lucky bidder here in Houston for 15 grand. We'll be back with more as you see some great reaction on the sale of that Chevy 2 Nova.
Anybody get $5,000? $5,000 just to drive it, I don't know, save it for Halloween and drive it to a Halloween party. You could be Hot Rod Jim. Mark, are you talking him into it or talking him out of it? I'd appreciate it if you talk him into it. Yes or no? Reserve off? Yes, it is. Not yet. Don't tell me not yet. You want to give 29, sir? Oh, now 30. Is 30 the scary number for all of you? Are there any car dealers in the room? Car's got 33 miles. Bid me 150. Sold. $295,000, Alex.
Oh, Jimmy Landis in charge, leading the way. Our lead auctioneer for Mecum Auctions once again this year. And the current car on the block, a 1970 Challenger that Chris already gave us a walk around on. We're starting at 100 grand on this one.
Well, it looks pretty tame, Looks fairly original except for the wheels, but people, there's been so much work done to this car, you will not believe it. Let's just leave it at that as the bid goes on.
All right, at 100 grand, and we get it over to Danielle Trotta once again.
Thanks so much, Scott Hoke. Time for Memory Lane. This is where you submit your favorite photos of cars you've owned years gone by on our Mecum Facebook page. And we are in Texas, right? They say everything's bigger in Texas. Well, not so much. Take a look at our first submission photo. It's David Ward saying, this is my old 64 Carmen Ghia Volkswagen with its 2054cc Weber IDA Fed Street engine. I was about to rip off a 1308 run at Union Grove Dragway several years back. Small but mighty. I love it. Our next photo showcases the best of quality and quantity. John Clearly says, here's a picture of me in 1974 with my 65 Mustang, my parents' 66 Impala, and 66 Chevy Malibu. That is quite the collection, John. Very impressive. And I love the photography there. Keep sending in your photos, guys. If you have photos you'd like to see on the show, go to our Mecum Facebook page. Make sure you tell me what year and model the car is and a little bit of a story about it, and we'll see if we can get them on the show, Scott.
Okie doke, sounds good, man. We've had some good photos and good stories. Keep sending them in, folks. We appreciate that. Okay, rolling into place is one of the heavy hitters in history, I think, from 1969.
My goodness, I previewed this car yesterday. Get me a bib, because I was drooling. This is a beautiful machine, Bill.
Yeah, it's a Copo Camaro, and we've told the story a million times. These cars right here were built to go racing. No pretension about that whatsoever. That's the 427 cubic inch L72. Rated originally at 450 horsepower. GM got the yips because they were getting some heat from the government about horsepower and monopoly, and they were afraid of an antitrust lawsuit, so they toned it down to 425. Don Yanko was responsible for these cars even being built. That's Olympic gold. This is the 4-speed version, M21 close ratio Muncie with a 12-bolt positive traction rear end. The value of these cars just will not quit. They will always be in the six-figure category. Some of the ultra-low mileage cars, certainly more than that. And this one here, 42,000 miles. So anything but low mileage may affect value, but it's still a Copo, and it's still a 4-speed car.
You know, it says one of one on the windshield, and that's got to be the color combination. That
it
Olympic gold over that green is so unexpectedly cool.
Yeah. One of one in that color with the Copo designation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep, absolutely. Just too cool. Color matched wheels with the smaller poverty caps. Just what a setup.
$165,000. 160. 165,000.
Yeah, well, Don Yanko, he was taking Camaros and putting 427s in them himself. He had friends that wanted to race them, and when they got to the drag strip, they were told you couldn't run in the stock class. That engine is not factory installed. So Don Yanko called Chevy and said, hey, do me a favor, would you put the 427s in them for me? And I'll take it from there. And the Copo, thanks to the wiggle room that the Copo program had, they were able to do it.
I'm going to close
160, and Trev Morvac closes the bid at that point. Just kind of standing by to see if they reopen it here in a second, but I think not. I saw the consignor walk away, so I think we're safe in letting that go to the bid goes on. And in the meantime, rolling out a 2016 Bentley Continental GTC.
And this one just a little bit different from the ones we've seen previously, because we've been seeing those big V12 versions of the Bentleys coming through with 552 horsepower. And we're going down the scale just a little bit with this, with a 500 horse V8. 8-speed automatic transmission with a manual feature. And that beautiful beluga exterior and that unmistakable Bentley interior. It is so plush and comfortable and luxurious. You know you are in a premium automobile when you're sitting in there. Top is down. You get a great overhead look of what's happening inside there. All the features, all of the options that you would want in your Bentley included in this one, and the odometer just short of 35,000 miles.
You want to get 95, you got 92. 95, 92. Let's let the reserve let them know it's for sale, sir. We got $92,000, $95,000, 92.
You're going to cut it loose?
Anybody else? 95,000.
They're thinking.
92, $95,000. You got $92,000.
I got 92.
92, 95, I'm not sure. Reserve is off.
There we go.
95.
Cutting it loose indeed.
What do you think there, sir? You want to get
What a
95?
difference 10 years makes. We saw some 2006s cross for half that price earlier today.
Right.
So, $92,000.
There we go, 92,000. That'll do it.
Oh, that car is going to be just as beautiful in 10, 20, 30 years from now. Never go out of style.
Well, you've no doubt heard me, Bill, talk from time to time about my favorite color combination on a 57 T-Bird. Gunmetal gray and red interior.
Yep.
Well, here's one that is nearly identical, called titanium silver with red interior, but this has been totally customized, and I love this.
A lot of money went into this build, believe me. There you see the engine. That's a 302 small block, 400 horsepower, that's got all kinds of chrome and polishing, and just done so precisionally everywhere you look. Aluminum cylinder heads as well on that engine, roller rockers with an aftermarket cam and special chromoly push rods. The rest of the car, as I'm yammering about that engine, is just jumping out at you. How about that color that Scott referred to, the titanium silver?
Oh,
I know. Breathtaking. Italian leather interior. You can't see it, but it's got a black convertible top that's brand new. And it has the optional hardtop that we don't see, but it does go along with the car.
Those are 18-inch wheels as well.
Yeah, 18-inch. Those are Shelby branded wheels.
Boy, that is so good.
Oh, everywhere you look, you see something that just stands right out at you. Exterior-wise, not many modifications to the bodywork.
Right.
You know, chrome trim, stainless, everything pretty much the way the car was delivered back in 1957, but it's just the application of that paint, the restitched interior, the choice of wheels. You know, you're looking at something pretty special.
And that power plant on this little car, 400 horses.
That and the work that went into it. I mean, we're talking about the internals.
I got 120. I'll give you 115. See if it goes up.
Nah, I'll just keep it.
You want to take the 120? Take 120. Then you don't have to take it home.
How long do I got to wait for my money?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
I'll take the 120.
There we go. That's the right formula, man.
On that T-Bird, that's off the block. Anybody else at 125? Sir, would you like back in? Thank you, they're ready to do. Higher anybody get 120, 125. Last call, 125,000. So 120. So
boy, I wonder what the guys in the Thunderbird Club that are driving all of our cars this week think about this dude.
I'm sure they've seen it. They poured over that car.
No doubt.
Hey, Scott, I'll tell you, I wouldn't mind waiting 2 weeks for $120,000. How about you?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'd find something to fill time.
Maybe looking at a 66 Vet, huh?
The one that you mentioned earlier today is right here, Scott.
It is, yes.
Yeah, this is a 427 Corvette, and this is the big one, the L72 4.25 horse with 411 gears and an M21 close ratio 4-speed. Off-road exhaust. Don't make the mistake a lot of people make. They think the off-road exhaust means the side exhaust. No, two different things altogether. This one has power steering, which you'll really appreciate with the big block over the nose of that Corvette. Take it from me, just ease of maneuverability with that power steering. Has the optional F41 suspension.
Real factory knockoff
and the knockoff wheels, and the Gold Stripe tires, and the Sunfire Yellow. What a package.
Anybody else want to play here at $110,000? 110. 105 is bid. 110,000. Iron David Gadir, 110. Iron David Gadir, 110,000. 100 David had that. 100 David 10. Iron David 110.
Straight body, great paint.
105 here down 10. Anybody else? 105.
Nothing to squawk about.
175. Last call. 105.
Boy, a lot of times you see those rocker panels with dings in them, and chips and little scratches, whatever. Not those. I don't see a thing.
What's bid at 105,000?
Okay, 105,000. That's our bid goes on mark here.
And I sold my Corvette just like that in 1977.
3,500 bucks?
No, I wasn't that dumb. 7,500. And I thought I was Dana Mecum.
Well, just after the cars exit the block, they pass right by the State Farm booth. Oh, look, that GTO is back in place. It's time for our State Farm moment of the day. We have had our best people on this combing through some of the reactions that we've had. And remember when a 2004 Chevy Silverado 2500 HD crossed the block? Yep, that was that crew cab short bed pickup truck with the 6.6 liter Duramax diesel power plant. It ended up gabbling for a very reasonable $23,000, but the new owners are basically over the moon. They loved it. They got what they came for. A couple of big handshakes, and our man Ryan Brewer on the case for us. Our State Farm moment of the day. Call or click to get a quote today. We were just talking about these a little while ago. This particular platform here, Bill, 74 T-Bird up next.
Yeah, the Ford Thunderbird was sharing most of what made it a Thunderbird with a lot of the other models coming from the Ford Motor Company then, including Mercury's as well. And these are very affordable, and they've got that long nose, short neck style that was so popular then. And still looks pretty good. Even has the little opera window there on the half final top.
Next up here is a 23 Challenger RT Scat Pack wide body. And instantly you can see the wide body, the fender flares both front and rear, giving it its name and its distinctive look.
79 miles, Scott. That's it. Oh, yeah. It's almost an insult to call this a used car. It's got that 6.4 Hemi, 475 horse, I want to say, Tremec, 6-speed. And the last call underhood plaque on there, as you just could not quite see. Brembo brakes. Brembo, the go-to brake package now for all of these high-powered OEM cars coming from Detroit. Wide body fender flares, as you can see. Competition suspension, which you can't. And the power sunroof option on this one.
And it sells for $52,000. Here's another Defender 90. This one from 1991.
Land Rover. Boy, have they gone through some changes over the years. In the early days, strictly a British concern, built in England, owned by the old country, and now part of the Tata Indian automotive conglomerate that also owns Jaguar. But here we are, the Defender 90 with a 3.9 liter inline 4-cylinder engine. That's a gas engine with an Allison transmission and a B&M hammer shifter. Ooh, wow, busted loose here on our Land Rover.
That got your attention.
Whoa, baby. Saddle in black ostrich hide inside. You may have got to look at there. Yeah, rugged. When you can look at it, you can tell this thing is built for anything, built for the apocalypse.
Now offering
high bid on it, 70 grand. With a 1960 Chevy Impala rolling to a stop in the middle of the block.
A landmark car, the 1960 Chevy Impala with the engine that's in it. That's the 3 two-barrel carburetor equipped. 348 as Chevrolet stepped into the big block era, 280 horse. Dual snorkel air cleaner, as you can see, that designates that tri-power setup. Power steering. that's about it on the power accessories. Turns to the running gear. 4-speed manual transmission. Always like to mention that because of that dainty little weedy shifter that they put on those Chevys back in the day. A few other extras on the outside. You might have seen the handles, the door handles there. They have the chrome door handle guards there, which prevents you from, from marring the paint with your beautifully manicured nails when you open the door. So you see that on some of these older Chevrolets.
Well, high bid on this Impala at $90,000. Okay. Complete custom 1970 Mach 1 is next. Is that enough green for you?
Green everywhere. Paint, LEDs around the headlights. I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can. There's so much to talk about here. It is a real Mustang Mach 1, rotisserie restoration, fuel-injected Coyote 5-liter, Tremec T56 6-speed manual, Mosier 9-inch positive traction rear end. The gears are 355 ratio. It's got AC. It's got power rack and pinion. It's got Willwood power disc brakes all around with drilled and slotted rotors. Body color floorboards, Heights independent front suspension. A-arms are tubular, upper and lower 4-link suspension. I'm not done yet. TMI front bucket seats, custom center console, as you may have seen when we gave you a shot of the interior. Custom green paint, that is a custom mix, that green paint, with Boss 302 stripes. What did I leave out? Oh, cold air intake, stainless headers, aluminum radiator, aluminum drive shaft. This is a full boat custom. This could be a SEMA car, Scott.
Yeah, it could be, and I think it's interesting that they've taken this Mach 1 and given it the Boss 302, decal paint treatment.
Yeah, just a little tribute to its brother.
Yeah, not bad at all. Very cool. Okay, high bid at $105,000, and you're right, it could be a SEMA car for sure. 2022 Cadillac Escalade Premium Luxury Platinum. How about we call it PLP, baby?
Let's do that. Where's Eddie? I can picture Eddie tooling down to South Beach in this Cadillac, can't you? Fast Eddie, our football friend.
Oh, Eddie, yes.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Who do you think I meant?
I don't know.
I should have been more specific. Yeah, look at this. This is a full custom. Creative Bespoke is the name of the people who did this. Wow. 3-piece forged aluminum wheels. That's the big thing that pops out at you when you look at this caddy. Luxury platinum trim. That's only the starting point. A 36-speaker audio system and rear seat entertainment system that's plugged in. Head-up display, panoramic sunroof, and that 6.2-liter V8 engine, factory equipped.
Wow, 110. 110, yep. That'll be at home just about anywhere here in the state of Texas.
I'm sorry, you might have thought it was Eddie Munster or something.
Well, the thought did cross my mind.
Yeah, I won't do that again.
Here is the more sensible shoes pickup truck. K10 Chevy 1972, the last of that 67 to 72 glamour era, and boy, it has shown no signs of waning here in its popularity.
Oh yeah, we get so many of these, Scott, and each one, I mean, we've yet to have one come through that looks like it's been used and abused. This one, comprehensive restoration as of 2 months ago. 350 V8, it's been breathed on a little bit with an Edelbrock carburetor and a custom pulley system. Here's that aluminum radiator to keep things cool. Turbo 350 for your transmission and a 205 transfer case. Aftermarket air conditioning, aftermarket gauges, brand new Bluetooth stereo. And an excellent presentation. The red, that's playing hopscotch with the white as we go red, white, red. And the rally style wheels.
57, 57, 58, 57, 58, 57,000, you're going to get 58 bid, you're going to get 7, you're going to give 8. At 58,000, you're going to get 7 bid, you're going to give 8, you're going to give 8, you're going to get 58. 58.
75, Jimmy.
$58,000. Now 60. At 60 bid, you're going to get 2. I have 60 bid, you're going to get 2, you're going to get 2. Put them at 2. 65. I have 65. 7 again, 7. At 67. 8. 9, 69, put them at 70,000, 72, 70 bid, 72, at 70 bid, you're going to get 72,000, I have 71, 72, 72, 71, 72, 72, 72.
I got 71.
Yes! 72, 73, 73, 72, 73, 72 bid, you're going to get 3. I have 72 bid, you're going to get 3. I couldn't do any more for you. 72 is the bid. $73,000.
Huh?
72, 73.
How about 67.5?
I have 72 bid, you're going to get 73. Let's take the reserve off and worry about the details later.
Yeah.
72.
Maybe do well.
73.
BB 75.
Sir, I appreciate your bid. I'm going to close the bid at 72, but Mecum rolls in effect. Raise your bid to 75, I sell to you immediately.
Well,
$75,000.
the Mecum rule is in effect. Just $3,000 away at 75. All right, there it is.
Thank you very much.
75 grand.
This is a 136 bin car with
And the Mecum rule buys that 72 K10.
Another satisfied customer.
Hey, this is a looker.
And how?
71 Chevelle with a big block power. It's an LS6, but you couldn't get the LS6 in 1971.
No, you couldn't, not even a special order.
Nope.
You were out of luck. Yeah, how about that teal metallic paint? And look at that finish work on that 454 LS6. Factory rating was 450 horsepower the year before. We don't know what this one is pushing. It's had some work done to it. It's a real super sport, by the way, the 136 VIN car. 12-bolt rear end. The gears are 373s. And the Rock Crusher M22 4-speed. That Rock Crusher, it's called that because of the way the gears are cut in the transmission. It kind of sounds like you're crushing rocks, I guess, when you're shifting that 4-speed. Upgraded sound system, 150-watt amplifier in the trunk from PowerLogic. AM, FM, CD.
37, 38.
Vintage AC.
38. Now 39. Now 40, Internet. 39, 40. 39 bid, you're going to get 40. I have 39 bid,
Yeah,
you're going
those
to get
look a
40
lot
bid.
like
Anybody
American
get
Torque Thrust
40?
2, chrome wheels, and probably a 17 or 18 inch diameter, front and rear.
$40,000. Anybody else? 40,000.
What was it? 38 some money.
40,000.
Probably going to get into the 40s to get the consignor to
check for 38?
start considering.
No, I can't. What do you got, 39 something?
Yeah, 39. That's a little
A
soft.
check for 38. That means that you're a check for 38. I'm giving it all to you.
40, 38 bid. Anybody get $40,000 last call of the day? Close the bid, $38,000. Close the bid goes on, Bobby.
Now
All right, 38,000 for that Chevelle from 1971.
525 horsepower LS3.
And right behind the Chevelle, another pickup truck from 1978, this time a K10.
Yeah, with a 4-inch suspension lift. Yeah, way up high. 525 horse LS3 with Holley electronic fuel injection. Here's a peek at it. Didn't really go too crazy on the engine compartment in terms of detailing, but it's clean and it's complete. 4L75E automatic transmission, oversized transmission cooler with a tow package. That'd be a pretty interesting thing to see with that sitting so high, towing something. But it's ready to do that if you want. Upgraded sound system, oak wood bed in the back. Beautifully finished. They've only driven this truck 3,000 miles, by the way, since the restoration was completed last year.
$90,000. $95,000.
Flirting with six figures.
Anybody give $90,000? At $90,000 is bid. 95. Close the bid at $90,000.
Okay, 90 grand will be the high bid on that pickup truck. Chris Jacobs, car coming up in a little bit for us, yes?
Yeah, imminently. In fact, I'm on the incoming mat right now. Just in front of my top of show Superbird is this 66 Dodge Hemi Charger. First year of the Charger, first year of the Street Hemi. Original interior in this car. Can't tell from the consignment sheet if this is the original Hemi. I assume it's not, but I think this is an original Hemi car, 4-speed, and one of only 468 Hemi Chargers produced in the inaugural year of 1966. Again, right in front of my top of show Superbird, coming at you right about now, Scott.
All right, we've got to take care of a 57 Pontiac Star Chief first.
Yeah, things really began to change at Pontiac about this time when Bucky Nugent came in to run that club. And boy, did performance suddenly become a priority with Pontiac and styling after having somewhat of a dowdy, kind of understated image before that. This particular Pontiac, frame-off rotisserie restoration, it's 3 years old, body completely media blasted. And that's what they use now. They use this special material for blasting the paint, the primer off metal, and it does very little damage to the surface of the parts that you're removing that finish from. 347 tri-power V8 engine. That was a big thing for Bunky. Give those engines more power. A rebuilt hydromatic automatic transmission. Factory air conditioning. And I would hope it blows cold. That's Raven Black too, by the way. Great color. We're not going to get to the goal line this time.
Yep, 82,000 is the high bid.
Don't act like you're going to
I think. Did they reopen it?
Yeah, they're mumbling, aren't they?
85.
Yes, they've reopened it.
Okay. Sign them up with a conditional sale. And what do you got?
Oh, we got an internet bid jumping in at
Reserve
the
is
11th hour.
$85,000 on the internet.
Enough to get the reserve off.
Yeah.
85, you're going to give 87.
You know what? I love a false start when it goes that way.
True.
Did you want back in before you get all the way out of the building? Safe travels. 85, 87. So, $85,000 to the Katie Net.
I like how that turned out.
Me too. We love to hear that gamble hit that little round pad up there when there's a sale.
All right. A couple of Mopars back-to-back and heavy hitters each. First, 1966. The first year of the Street Hemi availability, and here we have a 66 Hemi Charger, Bill.
Very important year for Dodge to bring out that Street Hemi and this Charger. And this body style, it was controversial when it came out. People said, wow, that's really cool. And others thought maybe, well, you know, it might be a little too weird or wacky or boxy or call it whatever you want. But right now, I think pretty much a consensus that this car right here is certainly worthy of a collector's love. That Hemi engine that Chris told us about, 425 horsepower and the 4-speed. But 47, I don't think that's anywhere close to what that car will sell for.
Nope, and so the bid goes on, and the 1970 Superbird rolls to a stop in the middle of the block. This one with the V code 446 barrel and a 4-speed is selling at no reserve.
Let's see what happens. I think we've pretty much talked about this car enough for everyone to know what we're dealing with. Already at 150, now 160.
We had a Limelight go across the block yesterday with the same setup, V code, with the 4-speed pistol grip. This one done in lemon twist. Black vinyl top, of course, as all Superbird tag.
190.
Yeah, it's a track pack car too. 833 track pack. Got the 354 short grip slash posit traction rear end.
230.
Bench seat.
240 now, sir. 230.
Here's something maybe you didn't know about Superbirds. Every headliner is black, regardless of the interior color.
250.
260.
260 on the money. 260, asking 270. 70 asking 280.
Top seller.
$280,000. Anybody else? $280,000. $280,000.
You want to do 275?
$280,000.
Try that. Real one last attempt, real quick. Yes or no, sir? 275.
No, I'll be in Indy. It's at 275 now, asking for.
Keep you in here, but
$285,000. I have 275 bid. You're going to get 285.
that was a mild bag. Others were begging more, but 275. We're still in. We're still in.
Appreciate it. I'll talk to you all soon. See you. Bye.
Sold.
Done. We got it.
All right.
Cool. 275. Yep.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Getting close to that Daytona from yesterday territory. I love to see it.
I know it. Absolutely. And the Superbird yesterday as well. 275 here. Number one for the day today.
It's the first year that Ford's really been serious about Le Mans.
It's a very impressive sight. Obviously, the chief competitor is Ford.
When Ford went to Le Mans, it wasn't about selling cars. It was about winning races.
Well, that historic Ford GT, serial number GT109, will be coming to Indianapolis. The Spring Classic, the 38th original Spring Classic, Saturday, May 17th. And we'll have the coverage for you on ESPN+. Here is DeLorean DMC 12, 1981, Bill. No Back to the Future accoutrements, as you say sometimes.
Right, no, not built up as the Back to the Future car. This one is highly original with that 2.8-liter V6 and 130 horsepower and a 5-speed. So much you could say about these cars. The story behind them and John DeLorean's rise to prominence and then to ignominy and everything that led up to it. But this car right here, you know what? People are now beginning to appreciate them maybe just a little bit more.
That sold for $43,000, by the way. They've already moved to a 29 Model A Roadster that's selling at no reserve.
Well, you hear a lot about the Ford flathead engine and how important that was to Henry Ford. This is a 29 Model A Roadster with an inline 4-cylinder engine. That flathead coming in 3 years later. And this has that ubiquitous 3-speed Ford manual transmission as well. Excellent restoration, by the way. And rumble seat Roadsters, they are quite desirable. These and the Roadster pickups, especially, and the cabriolets as well, are high on the hit list for Model A collectors.
All right, 19 grand. At no reserve, that one is going to leave and head for a new home here today. And another one, this is a town sedan, also from 1929.
Right, town sedan, 4-door, back seat. And this would be the Model A that a family would buy. They weren't looking for the fancy Roadsters or the rumble seats or anything like that. And this has the Briggs bodywork on it with a 201 cubic inch 4-cylinder engine, identical to the one we just saw with a 3-speed manual.
So $20,000, Ryan Brewer.
Now
hey, $20,000 for this one. The town sedan. Okay. Here's a 66 Mustang coming into place.
Well, again, this is the kind of Generation 1 Mustang that appeals to a lot of people, a V8 powered convertible. This one with a 289 and an automatic. Wimbledon white, boy, that is the color that pretty much signified anything from Ford back in the day that was painted. That white color, that slightly off-white color there, you see the 289 open element air cleaner. That's a 4-barrel. That would be the 225 horsepower version. Factory air, rally pack gauges, and a few other parts and pieces here that give it a little distinction. Bumper guards, tinted windshield, and style steel wheels, and there they are with the white wall tires.
No reserve here.
I've got 27.
As you can see, 28,000 is the bid.
Asking 29, Travis. You want to give 28? So, $27,000.
Okay, $27,000.
Now offering us 219, 1960 Cadillac Series 62.
And right behind that Mustang, 1960 Cadillac Series 62 convertible.
Which took the whole tail fin configuration down a notch after those wild fins in '59. This one with that 2-year 390 cubic inch V8 that came in at '59. AC, power brakes and steering, the Series 62 went from 1940 to 1964. Very popular, sold a bunch of them. Bench seat, fold down armrest. That was something you saw a lot of in premium cars back then. And driver quality, you see that convertible top has a little bit of fading on it, as does that rear window.
55. 51. 52. 51, baby.
That top looks like it could be original. Could be a lot of originality with this car.
Yeah, possibly. A lot of original paint on it, I can tell you that.
So, $51,000.
How about 51 grand? They like it.
Yeah, you know what? A little bit of money, you could bring it back all the way back.
Sure thing. Speaking of bringing it back, we'll be back in a minute.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody. About 90 minutes or so left in our coverage here on ESPN Plus, and there are plenty of big dogs left in the kennel to go across the block, including this 1974 Pontiac Trans Am Super Duty. Yep, that's the 455, putting out 290 horsepower. This is sporting its matching numbers, engine and transmission. Now, only 731 Super Duties left the Trans Am factory in 1974. This one sports its original 3-spoke black factory steering wheel, rally 2 wheels. Gorgeous restoration here on that blue over tan motif. Wow, this is a great, great looking resto. I can see no flaws anywhere on this car as I'm walking around it. And Bill, I know you love these cars too, so I'm interested in getting your take when it rolls up on the block, coming up very soon.
Taking my breath away already, Chris, no doubt.
Well, interesting that you preview that car, Chris, because the Trans Am Super Duty, one of John Craman's all-time favorites, 73 and 74.
Yep.
And gives us an opportunity to tell you folks for the first time on the air that our friend and our brother, our late colleague, John Craman, his collection of cars will be selling at Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic coming up in May, the JK collection, on Thursday of our Mecum event in Indianapolis. His 64, his beloved 64 GTO, several Corvettes,
C8 Corvette,
motorcycles, yes, all coming up.
Yep.
So we hope you will be watching that one. And if you can be in Indianapolis for it, by all means, you're invited there as well. Well, here is a 1953 MGTD on the block, and it just sold for $17,000 at no reserve.
Still affordable. This market stays in the same range year after year. One of the sports cars that taught America what sports cars were all about back in the 1950s. And just a great deal of charm and nostalgia with these automobiles.
Here's a 93 Jeep Wrangler with a soft top and selling at no reserve.
The indestructible, the unredoubtable, the unfathomable 4-liter inline 6-cylinder engine. Probably one of the greatest contributions to motoring that Jeep ever came up with. Boy, they are so popular and they're so ubiquitous. Oh, look, 5-speed manual transmission like that. 4-wheel drive, got a winch on it, upgraded stereo system, upgraded wheels and tires. And not expensive.
You know, I think the introduction of the 4-door Jeep Wrangler a number of years ago kind of, it might have taken a minute, but I think it kind of put these 2-door Jeeps going all the way back to the CJs in a different level of cool now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because, you know, some Jeep enthusiasts did not like the whole 4-door idea, so if they dig in their heels, they're still looking for the 2-door one.
Exactly, especially folks that have already a 4-door. Maybe they're going to add a 2-door to their garage. Very cool. All right, here's an 08 Maserati Quattroporte sedan.
Yeah, another expensive car that's not expensive anymore.
Exactly.
2008, yeah. We see these fairly regularly. A lot of performance, luxury. Some people were a little bit disappointed because of the conservative styling of these cars as you take a look at this one. But for $18,000, maybe 6 or 7 times less than what it's sticking for.
And you know what? At 18, whether you've got a Maserati or a Jeep Wrangler or a Hummer Alpha, you know what? 303 products will safeguard all of your cars from nature's harshest elements and keep them looking like new. All of their advanced formulations go through lots and lots of internal testing. They've got more than 40 years in the field in testing and a full lineup of products. All you need to do is visit 303mecum.com to find out which one or more than one you need to make sure your cars stand the test of time. 303, proven to protect. Here is a 1934 Ford Custom Cabriolet.
Yeah, and this one kind of bridges the gap between original and hot rod. The engine is a 383 stroker. That's hot rod all the way. Holly Street Avenger 4-barrel with an Edelbrock air gap intake. 429 horsepower with a Tremec manual 5-speed. Good choice on a lot of this stuff. Alden rear coilovers with 4-wheel disc brakes. And Scott, that's Guardsman red. Sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
How about a Porsche color on a 1934 Ford hot rod?
And the high bid at, what was it, 32,000?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here is that 74 Trans Am Super Duty that we talked about that JK loves so much.
Yep.
His favorite color, 1 year only, was Brewster Green.
Oh, how we heard that so often. There you go. There's that 455 horse, 455 cube rather, 290 horse, big block. The year before the 73, preferable to some collectors because it had a little more power, 310. But still, this was probably the quickest factory original muscle car out there in 1974, as just about all the other manufacturers and nameplates kind of threw in the towel. Won't sell for 70, and I'm not surprised.
We mentioned the cars in the JK collection, the 64 GTO, his 2014 Mustang, 3 Corvettes, 3 Kawasaki motorcycles, a couple of Hondas, and his 03 Harley that he just bought last year. That's all going to be in Indianapolis. When we come back here in Houston, we'll have a 1957 Bel Air Custom on the auction block. Stay with us. Welcome back. Yes, sir. The youngster is into it. Scrolling through on Mecum.com. That's a good way to keep track of what's going on.
Oh, we love it when the kids are involved.
And oh, by the way, if you are on Mecum.com and you have not gotten your My Mecum account set up, it's super easy. All it takes is an email address, and you can keep track of all the results in real time. Here is a 64 GTO.
Oh.
Currently bidding at 70 grand.
What a hottie. This is a real deal. 389 tri-power convertible from 1964, only one of 1,500 that were built. This is a money car and not enough money showing yet.
And so the bid goes on at $70,000. And waiting in the wings, actually rolling into place right now, 1970 Barracuda. Chris Jacobs, you are leading it to the block.
Well, what to the naked eye might appear an AAR Cuda, this is actually a tribute car, and a great car to pay tribute to. That's why they're calling it a Plymouth Barracuda instead of what it looks like is an AAR Cuda. Some obvious differences between the two. AAR Cuda would be sporting that 340 with the 6-pack on top. This has got a stroked out 392 V8. Single Holley 750 CFM carb. Get a look at the interior, which is nice and clean. Looks like the gauges have been upgraded. And then you come around to the deck lid, and this is the thing you probably notice the most. No AAR Cuda ever came with a luggage rack, and all AAR Cudas came with a spoiler across the rear. But again, I mean, if you're going to pay tribute to a car, AAR Cuda's pretty cool when you do so.
Yeah, missing the side exhaust, you know, so it's not an exact replica. And actually, the only thing really, Chris, about this AAR Cuda kind of conversion, if you will, is the cosmetics. I mean, the mechanicals and everything are totally out of the box.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you mentioned the side exhaust not being there. The AAR Cuda had the wheel stagger. That's not there either. But, you know, again, good-looking car.
Okay, let us check out this 1957 Bel Air Custom now that we had for you before the break.
Yeah, this is full tilt boogie all the way, this custom. Corvette power, the LS6, automatic transmission. Beautiful restitched interior. Wait till you see this. Swing around. Sumptuous, huh? Got a touchscreen in there, custom console. All the gauges have been updated to digital. Modified lowered suspension gives you that ride height with beautiful polished wheels. And enough originality on the outside. They maintain that stainless fin treatment there and the side molding. And, you know, you got the hood jets. And pretty much left everything on the exterior alone except for maybe the trunk badge. But no.
High bid, $100,000 for that Bel Air Custom, and a 69 Roadrunner will follow that up.
Second year for the Roadrunner, a car that began as Plymouth's answer to your low-budget, low-market muscle car that everybody could probably afford. In fact, the original ones, you get rubber mats on the floor instead of carpeting if you really wanted to go that low market. 383, we all know the story behind these 383s, 335 horse. This one with the 4-speed power steering and brakes. And you could get the Hemi. And you get the 440 in 1969 as well.
Yeah, the scaled down version of the GTX where the opening engine option was the 440. You can only get the 440 of the Hemi and the GTX. The Roadrunner gave you the full line of options.
Yeah, that's right. The GTX, things began with the 440 and went up from there.
The gentleman's muscle car, as it was known.
Yeah, I had friends that had them. They weren't gentlemen, let me tell you.
The bid goes on, high bid at $40,000. And 1970 Corvette opens at $20,000.
454, however. 454 in 1970. That wasn't the same 454 you got in the LS6 Chevelle. It's the LS5, but that dealt 360 horsepower, M21 4-speed. And of course, the style of the C3 Corvette lasted from 1968 all the way up to 1982. And you see the big block hood on it. Mulsanne Blue is what that's called. This 4-speed car as well. And some documentation to go along with it, which we'd like to see. Radio delete in this Corvette.
Always love the blue over blue in the Corvettes. Doesn't matter what C it is. It looks so good, and with that blue interior, Corvette just nailed it.
Yeah, the blue on blue, and of course the red on red. You know,
saddle on saddle. Yeah, any of the monochrome.
Oh yeah, right.
Corvettes.
Yeah, the saddle tan. Right. Yeah.
Got $30,000, $32,500.
They didn't have many greeny, tanny, browny Corvettes, did they?
You got the Corvette little black book. You can look that up.
32,500.
It's like saying, Scott, go to your room.
Yeah.
35,000.
30 grand.
I'm not giving up on you yet. All right, I feel like something might happen here.
35. Reserve is
hey,
off.
Reserve's off.
32,500.
It's market correct. Somewhere in the 30s should have bought this Corvette. And it's going to sell.
33.
So 32,500. So
there we go, right on 32.5. Once again, internet handling it. And you can bid on the internet. You can bid on the telephone. You got to be pre-registered. You can do that at Mecum.com. Super easy. Takes a couple of minutes to sign yourself up. Hey, I'm signed up for this 74 Bronco. Ooh, look what they've done, man.
Yeah. Nearby at Lone Star Classic Cars, that's where this Bronco was modified. Every nut and bolt has been replaced. Full Monty. New body panels, floors, fenders, and dash, windshield. I'm thinking maybe they started with a Hoke and just went from the ground up with this.
Could be right.
Yeah, you know, that's usually what happens. Raven black, black inside. Of course, it's got that blacked out look with the black paint, black interior, black wheels. And I would have expected this to hit the $100,000 mark, but it just comes up a little short.
All right, 90 is the mark here on that 74 Bronco. More coming up from Houston on ESPN Plus after the timeout. State Farm Moment mashup here in Houston. And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Lots of good times going on here at the NRG Center. Danielle Trotta standing by. Some more State Farm memories maybe coming up for us.
Yes, I'd love to make memories in this hot rod. 1956 Ford Thunderbird convertible. I think in this color, Scott, it would be any lady's dream. They are actually calling this color paint coral, but to me it reads like much more of a peach, but it's got power. 312 cubic inch V8 engine, 4-barrel carburetor, dual exhaust, power steering, power brakes and windows, removable hardtop. I say give me a poodle skirt and away I go. Bill, as I understand it, and you tell me, but I've always heard with these first generation Thunderbirds, it was the first two-seat Ford that was made in almost 20 years and was developed in response to the 1953 Motorama display at the New York Auto Show, which featured the Chevrolet Corvette.
All correct. However, the two-seat Thunderbird only lasted for 3 years. In 1958, they went to the four-seat Thunderbird. So, yeah, this was short-lived, but that's exactly why they went into production with it, that old Corvette.
Coming to you soon, Scott.
You got it. Thank you, Danielle. On the block right now, just finishing up on 1970 Chevy K10 custom pickup truck.
Yeah, all custom, Scott. 383 stroker, turbo 350 automatic with a shift kit, and all kinds of other modifications that brings us up to $67,000 right now.
Last call, 67 pounds and not a bid. 70 pounds.
It's a 4-inch lift on there. And Coy's wheels. We haven't seen many of those yet this weekend. Coy's another of those great aftermarket wheel companies.
1996 Corvette Transport convertible.
All right, so 67 is going to be the high bid on the pickup truck. And next, one of our faves, Bill, 96 Grand Sport convertible.
Yeah, this is the 1 year only 330 horsepower LT4 engine with a 6-speed manual. All 6-speed manuals in these cars. And all these Grand Sports had that distinctive paint scheme. Only 53 were made with the red interior, too, in this one. A little over 11,000 miles on it. The blue is called Admiral Blue with the red and the white. Really cool cars, yes. Absolutely, Scott. We'd love to see these come through. They really do epitomize what Corvettes were all about. Responsive engine, manual transmission, and a paint job that sets it apart from a standard garden variety 96 Corvette, if there is such a thing. It all works in its favor.
You mentioned the red interior. Breaking the numbers down a little bit further, 1,000 of these Grand Sports were built, 810 coupes, and only 190 convertibles.
Yep.
So that's a little bit of Corvette rare air there. And very desirable. All right, 1965 Continental convertible now.
I believe this is the second time we've seen one of these Lincoln Continentals from this generation that has been given the full custom treatment. And boy, has it ever. It's got the original 430 cubic inch V8, but it's been modified with Phytec fuel injection and some other speed equipment as well. 4-link suspension, tunneled and tubbed in the rear axle for a little extra space for some upgraded rubber. It's got an automatic transmission as well. Some few power accessories like steering and brakes and AC.
Knocking on six-figure door here.
1965, this generation was just beginning to wind down a little bit. Things really changed for Lincoln Continental the next time they went to the drawing board.
100. 100.
You gotta do something with your commission if I'm coming down, man.
110, what would you get check for? Look at 100.
Where we at?
100 on mine. 100.
What's that? Help me on commission somehow?
I'll charge you 6%, which is the no reserve commission.
Yes.
Okay, reserves off. Frank Mecum got that deal worked out. And we're at 102.5.
102.5. 105 pounds another net. 105. Last call. Everybody else? Sold. 102 pounds and 500.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, this is one of those cars where if that were completely restored to 100-point condition, that would be trading somewhere where we see the custom.
Exactly.
Lincoln Continental trade.
Yep.
They're desirable.
Okay, here is 1970 Charger for us.
Oh boy, this looks a lot like the ones that I saw when I was a kid, jacked up in the back with mag wheels. 383 is the power with a torque flight automatic. Brakes and steering power assisted. Yeah, those are those ever-present Krager SS mags, front and rear. And the air shocks in the back. Quick look at the interior, the white contrasting with that green inside. But look at the stance on this. If this doesn't take you back to your childhood, if you can remember when we used to do this kind of thing to our muscle cars. California rake, jack them up in the back. As Bill Cosby once said, they were cars that were driving downhill all day.
Right.
Throw some Fu Manchu on when you're driving this car around. Some of that beach rock music. You gotta love it. Luggage rack on the deck lid there. It's ready for a road trip. And I also love the green vinyl top. That's just so cool. You don't see that a lot.
I was a mamas and papas kind of guy myself.
It's, you know, a generational thing.
Michelle Phillips.
Yeah.
Come on.
I like him too. All the leaves are brown, Bill.
And the sky is gray.
Right now, that's true.
Yeah. Oh, and it was pouring outside the Energy Center a little while ago. Chris sent me some video of it.
Severe thunderstorms in the area today.
Crazy. Okay, the bid goes on the Charger. Let's see what happens to a 71 C10 Cheyenne Super pickup truck.
Custom all the way. Let's start with the engine. Whoa, baby, a 572 cube V8 crate engine. And you know what? The engine room in these C10s are so big, it could probably go another 300 cubic inches, but they didn't. Aluminum heads on that engine, too, just to save a little bit of weight.
You sound disappointed in that.
I did, didn't I? Yeah. So, again, simple but effective. You heard me say that before. Great color, good wheel choice, and just an immaculate presentation.
68 pounds and not a dip.
And the bids are at $68K.
68 on a dip.
Coming down the lane, lot S, 242.1, 1984.
And there it is. Sold it
Turbo diesel and TMI interior.
at $68,000, I believe. All right, 1984 K30 this time around.
Big boy. 6.6 liter Duramax turbo diesel. And of course, as you can tell without me having to tell you, complete restoration. That's what the hood, when it's open, reveals. 6-inch suspension lift with Fox parts. Beadlock wheels are 18 inches from KMC. Allison automatic transmission will take all the abuse you can give it. Interior, pretty much the way it was delivered back in 1984.
Those are 37-inch Toyo tires wrapped around those 18-inch wheels too, Bill.
Yeah, those are off an earth mover somewhere. Yeah, plenty of rubber.
65, 67, 65, 67, 70 pounds and out of bed. 70 pounds and out of honey. 70 pounds ain't gonna be 70. 70 bed. I'm gonna do 70 pounds.
Have we seen any two trucks exactly the same since we got to Houston?
No.
I don't have that, but
everybody just does their own thing.
Close.
They have their own vision
right
for these pickup trucks.
70 pounds and
all done well.
70 pounds and out of bed. 70 pounds and out of 70 pounds. 70 pounds and out of bed. 70 pounds. 70 pounds and out of anybody else. 70 pounds and I'm gonna do 70 pounds and out of bed. I'm down 70.
That'll work.
We're gonna close bid. 67 pounds and the bid goes on at 67. Here's Matt.
Here's Matt now offering S 243, a 69 Dodge Super.
All right, a high bid here, 67,000. So that is what the bid goes on, guys. We'll get to work with. And right behind that pickup truck, look at this Super B hardtop from 69, guys.
If that's not a fresh coat of wax, I've never seen one. Look at the shine on that car. 69 Dodge Super B body hardtop. The color, just gold. The good signer says it's gold. Brown interior, 383 V8 with a 4-speed. But again, it's the presentation. When you see a car like this under the Mecum lights and it just glows like that, you know that the preparation has been outstanding.
5th digit on the VIN is an H, which means that it came from the factory with a 383 high performance motor, backed up, as Bill said, by that 4-speed manual transmission. Pistol grip in this case, rally dash with the clock on the left.
Yeah,
and the clock is working, which I always like to see.
It's working?
It is working.
Oh, that couldn't be original.
Definitely not.
No.
Yeah, the wheels upgraded. Magnum 500s look a little larger, look like
They are.
18s or 19s.
You got it, man. The aftermarket Magnums.
Well, the high bid is $85,000. Speaking of the clock working, it is 5 o'clock here in Houston, 6 o'clock on the East Coast. And we have a couple hours, or just 1 hour to go here on our program on ESPN Plus. Don't forget, we will be in Indianapolis. Our coverage begins on the 14th of May, and the JK collection will be crossing the block on the 15th of May at Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. And that is our next stop in our 18th season of Mecum on television. Here is a Ferrari from 2004. This is a 360 Spider, decked out in all gray, all silver here.
But Bill, I can't afford a Ferrari. Yes, you can. Watch. 3.6 liter, 400 horsepower V8 with a 6-speed manual with paddle shifters. Some power accessories, including the top and power seats. Disc brakes, as every good Ferrari worth its salt should have. This one with ABS and real rotors.
Hey, you know what? No matter the price tag, Bill, you still got that Scuderia Ferrari badge.
Any Ferrari that you own is an automatic invitation to any Ferrari event in the known world. They do not discriminate.
And even in the unknown world.
Even, have you been there?
I have.
I'll tell you about that later.
75 work.
Less than 100 grand for a Ferrari that looks like this.
72,000.
We're going to get close.
72,000 gross. 72 bid. I'm 72,000
Fairly low mileage too.
Yeah.
30,000 and some change.
Right.
Reserves off.
Hey,
And the reserves off at 72.
75,000. Sold 72. Sold $72,000. Paul
Wow.
Cook.
Now I'm doing some quick math here. 72,000.
1971
Let's put 10,000 down. Finance 62 over 72 months. 800 a month. You got a Ferrari.
Okay.
Okay. Here, sign this.
You got a side hustle going on? You're working for Mecum Financial now.
I wish.
No, that is well done. Here we go with a Bronco in a very familiar livery.
Yes. Yeah, Bill Stroh Baja edition in the orange, white, and blue, which kind of harkens to the Gulf livery that we saw on these 4GTs. Bill Stroh, of course, one of the best known race car preparers in history, and not only off-road racing, but endurance racing and even NASCAR racing. That's a 302 that we just saw under the hood, and it's been rebuilt with Holley carburation, 3-speed automatic, some new parts and pieces to freshen everything up, including the chrome wheels.
At 150, last call net.
Money,
150,000, got 145 on the phone. 150,000 bid, 145. Into the stair, 150, 150,000 on a bid. Not gonna be better, gonna be 50, not gonna be 150,000.
The Bill Stroh connection is probably driving this, Scott?
Gonna be 170.
Yeah, quite possibly. And I was just going to say, that's double the money that somebody just paid for that Ferrari.
Exactly. One of 500 of these converted by the Stroh organization.
Right, and it's not going to be enough. Need more than 145. Okay, we are into our final hour now with you from Houston. We'll take a quick time out and resume our coverage after the break. Oh, I see a couple T-Birds in the house there. Still some pickup trucks, Trans Am activity coming at us, and more still to come here in the last 50 minutes of our telecast today. By the way, Mecum Financial, we kidded around with Bill a little bit, but they really do a fantastic job of helping customers out, making sure all their finances are set up and ready to go. And as they say, bid with more horsepower, and you can find out more at mecumfinancial.com. You've used them.
I'm a customer. Let me tell you about a lot of cars in my life. I've never had a transaction go more smoothly.
Really? Good.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm not kidding.
Good endorsement. All right, to the staging lane. I think Chris Jacobs out there.
Yes, Scott, and you mentioned so many more cool cars to come, including this custom 1970 Chevy Chevelle. Check out what's under the hood there, your LS3 swap, very nicely done. All the goodies under there. This is kind of a cool gunmetal gray color. They just call it gray on the consignment sheet, but it seems to pop way more than just a simple gray. cowl induction hood underneath the black rally stripes. And how about this full custom interior by TMI? 4 bucket seats. You've got the console going all the way from the front to the back. Billet specialty steering wheel. Full digital gauge cluster, including a Kenwood head unit underneath of which is looks like the window controls and the climate control switches. You've got the Boss Mag wheels in front of Willwoods all the way around. This is a really cool convertible, and I like the fact that it's got the top down here in the staging lane, so you can really appreciate that custom interior by TMI. Those guys do fantastic work. And this car shall be coming across the block sometime soon. Lot 262, Scott.
Okay, Chris, thank you. The top down, easy to see that basket handle shifter, yeah?
Yes, of course. And I don't know whether you saw the instrument cluster, but it was a flat screen. Yeah, let's take a look at
Yeah, full digital workup inside.
Oh, my God.
So looking forward to seeing what it looks like once the key is turned.
Sure, good call there, and that'll be good to watch. Okay, that is coming up. Here is, in the meantime, a 65 Ford Falcon Futura.
You know, you may not believe me, but this was a hot rod back in 1965. It had the 289. I know you're laughing, but
you're right.
Just work with me on this. I'll tell you, the 289 in these little Falcon, these cars were light, and the 289's V8 gave them plenty of grunt. This one has a 3-speed manual transmission. That was the standard transmission in these cars. And Ford raced these. They rallied these cars. In fact, I think one year it won its class in the Monte Carlo rally with Denise McCluggage, the great female racer and writer who I got to meet several times. But no, these little cars, they're foolers. This one, excellent condition. Has some underdash air conditioning as well, which was available back in '65 from Ford, and it sells. Look at that. That is pocket money.
Yep, and that's Jim Wicks, our friend again. $18,000. That's that C-Code 289, same as you could get in the Mustang. And the Falcon really was the predecessor of the Mustang.
Mustang was built on the platform of the Falcon.
Yep. All right, 31 Ford Model A four-door sedan.
Final year for the Model A. This one has all steel, and it's got the 201 cubic inch L-head inline 4-cylinder engine. The following year, the flathead came in. The 4-cylinder was still available, but so many people didn't get it that it was phased out. There was just no sense. Everybody wanted that V8 and all that V8 horsepower, which I think was less than 100, but still at that time, that's plenty for most people. Great restoration on this, black, gray, olive. That's the color palette on the car. And you see the, like a cranberry red wheel paint. That was quick, 14,000, and a new owner. Thumbs up.
Boy, that was a wild color combination for Ford back in the day.
Scandalous.
All right, 94 Corvette, the C4 generation was beginning to trail away here. 96 was the final year.
Right, this was the heart of the C4, and by now, kind of like all the rough edges and all the miscues from the 1984 Corvette, when this generation began, they were forgiven by now. The Corvette had grown up. Remember now, in 1994, that was the generation beginning in 1990 when the ZR1 had come along, and that changed the face of the Corvette. This one not the ZR1, of course, 5.7-liter V8 with MSD ignition, so it's got a little upgrade there. I'm guessing maybe 325 horsepower. Power steering and brakes and AC, power seats. It's loaded and it sells. And again, people always say, you know, I can't afford a Corvette. You know, they're too expensive, and if I buy one, it's going to be a Hulk, and I'm going to have to work on it and fix it. And look at this.
11 grand? Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you.
By the way, that's the first year you could get it in Admiral Blue.
Yes,
in 94.
Which went on to the Grand Sport in 96.
Yep. Terrific look. 56 T-Bird convertible next here in our Houston lineup. Over 1,000 cars here all week, by the way. Sorry, Bill.
No problem. Danielle showed us this moments ago, and I have to agree with her with the color. It's a very subtle, very laid back and pleasing color palette there. 56, as you can see, it has a spare tire in the back, the 1 year only in the baby birds. 312, That is the upgraded engine from the 292. And this one with the automatic transmission. Manual was available, 3-speed. And of course, got the porthole hardtop, which I think a lot of people associate with those baby birds.
No reserve. One phone bidder still in the mix. Oh, the internet came back.
245 horsepower. Following year, you get a 4-barrel, you get 2 4-barrels, you get a supercharger. Yes, last year of the first generation Thunderbird.
What was the top shelf Thunderbird in 57? The DF code?
The F code supercharged car.
Yeah. 32,000 for this one. And going to the internet, Megan. Taking care of it over there online.
Are we seeing double?
Almost.
Almost.
Different color, but other than that, pretty close.
Yeah, this is the Colonial White is the name of that color. A lot of T-Birds painted in that Colonial White. This has a black interior. Different engine now. This is the 292. This was the base or standard engine. You could upgrade to the 312 like the previous T-Bird. This has engine dress-up pieces underneath there. 3-speed manual, I told you.
Right. The other one had an automatic.
Right on. Now this one has a Continental spare tire kit, but it's not installed, so you have the option of installing it. And of course, the story we like to tell is that was a 1-year only option, and people didn't like it in 1956 because it was so hard to load their groceries into the trunk. So in 57, it's gone. Plus, I guess it was a little extra work to get the tire out of there if you had a flat tire.
Sure.
And it sells.
Okay, yeah, 25K.
17,400 miles, got a V8, a 5-speed with air, no reserve.
98 Mustang GT has arrived. A one-owner car, Bill Stevens.
Less than 18,000 miles, Scott Hoke. So this, once again, is one of those cars we see that's been driven just enough just to make sure everything works. And this one has the 5-speed manual behind that 4.6-liter V8. Not a muscle car, not a particularly powerful Mustang, but I'll tell you something, in terms of style and desirability and just street cred, any V8 Mustang, that speaks for itself. This one also has AC and cruise control. AM, FM, CD, and cassette. It's going to sell pretty soon, too. It's amazing.
Has to.
What some of these older Mustangs in this condition, what they're trading for.
Internet. Well, there's another bidder in the house somewhere, I heard, way off in the distance.
Get on the street with that. Tell people, yeah, I just bought a Mustang SVT Cobra convertible. If they don't really understand what that nomenclature is, they'll say, wow, a Cobra. It's got the look.
Okay, we've got 2 bidders on the internet, at least 1 in the house, maybe 2. And you know what happens when 2 guys, at least 2, go after the same thing and they both want it.
It gets to be a real tug-of-war sometimes.
Okay, 14,000 to that gentleman there. Nick.
I do remember that now.
Yep. You done good, mister.
Yes, indeed. Back with more from Houston on ESPN Plus after the timeout.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody. I'm in the staging lanes right now with a beautiful 1963 Corvette, first year of the C2, and a throwback to the original 1953 Corvette as far as its color combination goes. Well, this is ermine white. The 53s were polo white, but white over red interior. This one's sporting the 327 under the hood. This is the 340 horsepower version, the carbureted engine. And get a look at these wheels too. Now, these are knockoff wheels, but you know what? They actually were an option in 1963, but there's no documented proof that any left the factory with the knockoff wheels. So these, in my opinion, are probably aftermarket, and I'm not sure if they're Kelsey Hayes or not, but they certainly look good on the car. Let's move into the interior of the 63, and we can see right away that this is not the stock steering wheel. They've added a tilt steering column there. And take a look at the gauge cluster. One thing about the 63, this is a 1 year only where the gauges were trimmed in chrome. That's because drivers complained about the sunlight reflecting off the chrome and getting in their eyes. So 64 and on, they were no longer chrome rings. But still, beautiful restoration on this car. Very well done all the way around. And it's going to be coming across the block a little bit later, Scott.
Oh, Christopher, let me jump in here. Let me help you out with those wheels because that's a very good point you made. The knockoff wheels were available in 63 over the counter, but they had 2-eared knockoffs, not 3 like that. So that's probably a later vintage knockoff wheel and probably Western wheels, not Kelsey Hayes. But as you said, they look fantastic.
Cool car, CJ. Thank you. Coming up soon. Hey, let's dive into a crazy build on a 75 Toyota FJ40 Land Cruiser. Look at how tall this is. $50,000 is the current bid.
No words. We've never seen anything like this. It would take too long to tell you everything's been done to this. You can take a look at it right now, but that is built to go underwater, as you can see by those 2 big snorkels that are emerging right by the windshield frame there. We've seen that before, but the arrangement, how they've plumbed those snorkels into the intake, it's indescribable. It's unique for sure, but I guess it works. And lots of other changes as well, including the power plant. 4.7-liter V8 with a turbo 400 automatic with a TCI shift kit, and a B&M shifter, and whoa boy.
You talked about the plumbing in the engine room here. I got a chance to look at this truck the other day. You see it sell for $55,000. Those snorkels end up going through the front fenders, the front quarters, into the engine room where they go through a clear air box that's sealed, and they have K&N filters in that box, and then to the engine itself.
I think Bill Nye, the science guy, might have built that truck.
You may be right.
Oh boy!
Wow, it's super crazy. $55,000 for it, and it's going to find its way to a new home. While we check out a '57 Nomad here.
Have we had one of these yet?
Nope.
No, and wow, what a way to get into the whole Nomad universe here. This is all original, rebuilt 283 V8, Power Glide automatic, power steering and brakes, vintage air. And the interior has been replaced piece by piece. Oh yeah, 60 won't do it.
Now offering us 256.
Okay, so that'll be the high bid as we check in once again with Danielle Trotta. Oh, Danielle, what have you found for us?
Well, Scott, I think it's a beauty, and it's coming your way in just a moment. A 1968 Chevy C10 pickup, and she is all custom out. There has been no expense spared on this frame-off restoration. A lot of time and money spent under the hood as well. 6-liter LS V8, EFI system, hyper-cool transmission. Guys, the list, it's just the custom, check, check, check. Custom mirrors, custom interior, custom wheels, and a custom paint job. This stunning metallic green paint. Guys, this truck is just slick. It is slick in every way. I've been standing by it for about 10, 15 minutes. Every guy that walks by it stops to give it a stare because it is perfect.
Ooh, 6-figure truck, Scott.
Yep. And we will see that borne out here pretty soon. Back to the block. Thank you, Danielle. Back to the block here, and getting set to arrive is a Challenger RT 1970. First year for the Challenger in the original muscle car era, 1.0.
Oh, Oh, the money's going to fly out of here now. This is a factory V code. That's the 440 6-pack with a A833 4-speed and Dana rear end. The most choice of powertrains. Sublime is your color, and you know what? No other description is necessary. I have just covered the fine points. Chris, unless you can think something, I'm telling you, this is a challenger to remember.
Oh yeah, I gave this one a good looking over when it was out in the staging lane, and flawless is probably the word to describe this one. Just a gorgeous car.
There it is. There's the 440. As delivered.
15-inch rallies all the way around.
Pistol grip shifter.
Beautiful, just looks like absolute stock interior. This is really, really well preserved, this car. Love that graphic on the hood with the RT.
Mm-hmm.
57,000.
The appropriate
Now 60,000.
Scat Pack sticker in the
60,000, 57,
rear
60,
sail panel window.
60,000 yes,
The consigner's telling us that interior, the vast majority of it is original. So they've only updated and fixed a couple of things in the interior.
Goes into 57, goes into 57. Turn them numbers around. That's your number.
Now offering us 260.
Well, we're going to get to 57 and stop there for now.
That's a bona fide 6-figure car. I think the bidders have missed a boat on that challenge.
Yeah, good point. So, 2014 BMW 430i convertible will be our next car to inspect.
Haven't had many of these BMWs today, but this falls into the category of some of these used premium European convertibles that have reasonable mileage, excellent condition, all the options, and are trading at prices that just about anybody can afford. Now, this is a 2014 435i. So this is an 11-year-old BMW, but I tell you, you can fool anybody. Ask them, what year do you think I'm driving here, and they'd never know.
16,000. Now 16, car sells all the way, 16,000.
Metallic gray, red interior, and the reserve is off under $20,000.
16 bid, 17 bid, 17, not going to be a bit of a 17-pound bid, then not going to be a 17, not going to be a 16 here, not going to be a 17, not going to be
$16,000 for this one at the moment. Is Matt going to hammer it? Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
And that may be in her future very soon.
Indeed.
For $16K, not bad at all. Okay, Bill, another early 60s Continental has arrived.
Yeah, that same generation that we've been seeing today. This one pretty much going back to factory original. 430 big cube V8 in there. Turbo drive, automatic transmission. That's that Raven Black we see so much of with a light blue interior. There you see the underhood area, well detailed. This is not what you would call a show car. Probably driver quality or upper driver quality, I would call it. The air conditioning has been converted over to the R134A coolant. Has the original AM radio in there. These cars standard with power brakes and power steering, as this one has, and it has been an award winner at some of the shows where it has been taken. But again, a car that you can drive and enjoy.
Last call. Iron David to get 22. Down under David to get 3. David to get 3.5. So $22,000. So $22,000 sack.
Well, a $22,000 bid. We'll take that one home as we hit 5:30 here in Houston. Exactly a half an hour left in our program today on ESPN Plus. Don't forget, if you're just picking us up in midstream here, both today and yesterday's program will be available on YouTube, on Mecum's YouTube channel, in their entirety, beginning on Thursday this coming week. So keep that in mind. As we take a look at the C10 that Danielle showed us, and we predicted 6 figures on this one, Bill.
Yeah, if you're not ready to pay 6 figures, don't even try, because the build quality and the equipment and the presentation of this truck is, it's not over the, there is no top. The top is gone. We can't find it. This is just super special.
That may look gray or even silver on your television at home, but that's actually metallic green.
That's what they're calling it.
Yes, and they're very, very subtle.
And they've really featured that metallic green by not having any chrome accents or moldings anywhere on it, except for the hoops on the wheels,
That's
which
a good point.
are that kind of polished aluminum look. And man, those look cool too.
Yeah, no graphics. Less is more on a truck like this.
Yep. Good look at that. Thank you, John Atkinson, over there on our big jib camera. Well, I'll tell you what, Bill, 95 is going to be short, so you're right.
Yeah.
Got to be 6 figures there.
Yeah, the consignor is not going to lowball himself with that pickup truck.
Well, how about this 70 Chevelle? What's it going to take?
Ooh, another premium custom here. 525 horsepower, 6.2 LS3 with a 4L75E automatic transmission. By the way, that 4 at the beginning, that tells you how many speeds it has, and the E tells you it's electronic overdrive. It's got headers on it, Hotchkiss suspension, and Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes, the go-to setup for so many builds.
Yeah, this is the one with the flat panel
instrument
dash.
binnacle.
Yes. That plus the horsepower, Bill, and the interior, it's got to put it in that pro touring category, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Good talking point there. That fills the bill. It's got some upgraded suspension.
Got the gauge cluster lit up now too. We can get the jib cam to come in and get a look at that. It's pretty cool. It's on the speedo setting. It's got all the battery, the oil temp, and the oil pressure, and the fuel gauge there is all in digital. And you got the Kenwood head unit there for the entertainment system.
Cool.
Don't think I've seen that.
Very cool looking.
Very impressive.
And I'm sure you can customize it too.
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Good work getting that camera shot again.
Sorry, the
reserve is off.
Me
Yes.
the last call, eyeballs, you know.
107.5.
You're 107.5. Oh, it wasn't the internet. It was a person on the floor. I'm watching. I see him down there. You got it, man. You got it. You got it. You got it, buddy.
Going to the telephone bidder there on the other end of the phone with Zach at 107.5. Congratulations. All right, here is a Mercury from 1951, an M74 4-door. Kind of got a little bit of a lead sled vibe, maybe.
No, you know what? It's a tweener. Because it's sort of, well, any 51 Merc custom is going to have kind of like that lead sled feel, but they went kind of in a different direction on this in terms of how it's presented and the body work on it. You don't see a lot of really radical changes to the body contours on any of the body panels, but you are seeing tunneled headlights and the monochrome bumpers and the custom taillights and some of those things you might see on a lead sled. It rides a little bit lower, as you can see. But then again, 6.2 liter, 525 horsepower V8, that kind of goes beyond a little bit of the lead sled recipe. Those are billet specialty wheels, by the way, and lots of added attractions underneath that beautiful carbon Schwartz paint is what they call it.
All right, 30 grand I think was the high bid on that Mercury. Modern Corvette 2024 Z06 2LZ Coupe.
Yeah, this is big performance here. 1,576 miles on this Corvette. And this is the Z06. We saw the Z06 in this particular generation go up to 670 horsepower. Corvette had a 650 horsepower Z06. And the further back you go, the less horsepower. So this was the king of the hill Z06 for Corvette 2024. And it has that dual clutch automatic transmission with 8 forward speeds and dry sump oiling, which allows you to rest that engine lower in the chassis for better handling.
Tell you what, that 670 seems paltry when you consider that they've got 1,000 horsepower coming up. I didn't think I'd ever say that. 670 horse, paltry.
It really makes you think about how in the last 20 years, horsepower has really become almost outrageous. So it's like, wait a minute, no, that can't be true. But it is.
Good that job. 110.
I'm not going to do
110 to
that.
you? No.
110 that.
Try that. 110 to you. We'll take the, I'll write you a check for 110. We'll take the reserve.
I'm going to pass, but thank you. I appreciate it.
What would buy today?
Yeah, I'm going 120.
120 to you.
Yes.
Takes the reserve. 120.
I'll give you 115.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Okay, 117.5. Won't cut it. Maybe.
125,000 served. Raise the bid at 125 is straight in the car. 125,000. Once, twice. 125,000.
125 is what they need.
He's already going to shake hand. What's that mean?
Well, I think that tells you the story.
The picture
Out
tells
of
the
here.
story. Yeah.
He's going for a loan.
Or maybe not.
Anything in between, Nick?
Yeah, I tried that.
Current bid is 117.5. Asking 120. If anybody else wants to bid right now, you can. $125,000, and it is last call. 120,000. Hey, reserve is off. We got
Okay, that came out of nowhere.
120.
Hey,
however, he did not
you know
raise
what?
his bid, so
Patience
the
is a
full price
virtue.
Still
It
open.
is.
Anybody else can bid? 117.5. 120,000. So, 117,000.
All right.
Stick around real quick.
Hey, it worked out. 117.5 for that Corvette. Okay, check this out. One of my favorite cars of this auction. You can smell this car from 20 feet away, and I'm talking about it is.
You better explain that.
Oh yeah, see all that leather in there?
In a good way.
It is an odoriferous emanation, man.
Oh, indeed. And you know what? See the upside of the car, the downside of the car, just as impressive. We want to show you this. Now, you just saw the motor. That's a 6-liter Vortec with a 4L60 automatic. But underneath, man, you could eat off of that chassis. I don't recommend you do, but that just tells you just how immaculate that is. Look at the exhaust system, drive shaft U-joints. See the tail shaft of that automatic transmission. Spotless, beautiful, nicely done from bumper to bumper, and from the top of that car to the bottom of the chassis. You won't find anything to squawk about.
Did you get a whiff of that?
It's worthy of Ricardo Montalban.
Oh, my goodness.
Fine. Corinthian leather.
Smell-o-vision.
Hey, I smelled it up here in the booth. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
High bid of $60,000 on that fantastic Chevy 2. Back in a moment. Along with Bill Stevens here in the booth, I'm Scott Hoke, Danielle Trotta, Chris Jacobs out on the floor and out and about here at the NRG Center in Houston. Glad you're with us on ESPN Plus. Man, it's been a good couple of days here. Lots of fun. Here's a 71 Chevelle Super Sport. Bill, while we have the opportunity here.
Oh, this is not an auto-driving sleep pod, believe me. This 71 Chevelle is a 402 turbojet LS3. I'm guessing maybe 450 horsepower, cowl induction, and a frame-on restoration. But it looks fabulous. 4-speed manual, deep black, clear coat paint with white stripes. And even the interior has undergone a comprehensive restoration. Nice job, people.
68 is bid. 70, 69, now 70, 69, 70, 69's on the internet, $70,000 to get 69, 72, now 72 net, and 70, 72, 70 gross. That'll put you at 1, 2, higher dividend down 2, and now 1, 2, higher dividend here, £72 on the bid, hit 1, higher dividend 2, higher dividend here, £72 on the bid, hit 2,
He's got to have 70, he's got to have 70.
higher dividend 72,000,
We'll do
65
65 that.
$2,000 on that good looking Chevelle, down 5, 72's on the net. 75 and the reserve is off. 72.
Okay, the internet and the reserve's off. At 72.
Here down 5 pound under bid. Yes or no? Iron Dividend 72, 75,000. Sold 72 pound under. Sold 72 pound under.
There it is, 72 grand.
Hey, we began the day talking about horsepower. Boy, the last hour, we've been hemorrhaging horsepower here at Mecum.
Well, let's see what they have lined up next for us. 1967 Mustang Fastback, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, and it has a bullet vibe to it, built as a bullet replica, quote unquote. Doesn't have the bullet power plant. That was a 390. This is a 302. This has a 5-speed in it as opposed to the 4-speed. And this is a 67, and the bullet car was a 68 Mustang.
And the paint on this one looks great. On the bullet, it's been beaten around a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Definitely no comparison there. Yeah, correct wheels, although not the correct model of the torque thrust wheel. This is a little later, I think, with the tapered spokes, rather than the torque thrust D wheels that I believe are on the real bullet car. But hey, you know what? All in all, well done.
60 Mache, 65, internet, you're out, Nick, you're out. 65, 60 to bid, $65,000. We give $62,000 bid. Got $60,000, 62. Net, last call for you as well. 62, 60 bid Mache, $62,000.
60 grand, no reserve.
Last call, 62.
And Trev says last call, 60 will do the trick.
270, a 63 Corvette split window with a 327 and a 4-speed.
Okay. Thumbs up. Split window time. Haven't seen a lot of split window coupes here, have we?
We have not, no. Couple, I think. This might be like the third one.
Perhaps. I know there was a conversion yesterday that we had.
Oh, yeah, right.
340 horse, 327 here, Bill.
Love that motor. Solid lifter, 340 horse, 327. It's a winder. Recent restoration, they have over $130,000 that has been dropped into this restoration, and it looks at white on the outside, red on the inside, as Chris pointed out just a little while ago. Does have posi and power steering, and we talked about those knockoff wheels. Yeah, this is well worth double 6 figures. There you go.
Yeah, really the only thing that is not completely stock appearing on the interior is that steering wheel and steering column, and I get it, the upgrade for comfort and convenience with the tilt and the kind of smaller, more modern steering wheel. But here we go, reserve just came off, and look at the price just skyrocketing.
This.
Wow.
This is our #1 seller of the entire weekend right here. No, I'm sorry, of the day today. #2 overall at $300,000.
You know, I knew it was a money car, but I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, congratulations.
Holy moly. That's approaching 63 Big Tank Z06 money.
Right. My goodness. $300,000. A late add to the top seller list, to be sure. So we'll move now to a 1979 10th anniversary Trans Am.
Highly original, unmodified, has a WS6 optional suspension package, matching numbers drivetrain, which means the 6.6 liter W72 V8 with a 4-speed manual. Let's take a close look at this. Yep, that's textbook right there.
Oh yeah, we've seen these 10th anniversaries come through auctions before, and I just love the silver interior. Just so cool looking, especially when they're well preserved like this one is.
Yep, T-top car.
And that Firebird on the hood spilling over onto the fenders, which is a cool touch for this one.
Everything changed in Trans Am world after 1979. This was the largest selling year for Trans Am, but 1980, 81, gone was the 6.6. The turbo motors came in.
We're sorting out a few bids right
yeah,
now.
it was a whole new world.
Cool. The T-tops looking super clean in the back seats.
That paint, by the way, it has been ceramic coating, and we're seeing a lot of that happening now. That's a process that really does do two things. It brings out the gloss, and it provides protection for those paint jobs.
I thought I had him at
42 on this anniversary.
40's there, 42. I put you at 40. No, guys, I had 40 here. I thought you turned in 42. Do you guys want to be 42?
That giant Firebird decal on the hood. One of 39 different versions of the Firebird over the years, from 73 to 81, I believe.
You are correct, sir.
We got 39's all we got bid.
Well, 39. You guys are going to be 42. You got 39 to bid, 42.
We're trying.
42,000.
Oddly enough, 39,000 is our bid.
Right quick, you got 39, 40.
It's
yes,
poetic,
sir.
man.
Last call, 39.
I love it when the planets align, don't you?
39, 40,000. All right, David, get 39. David, get $40,000 here and a half. Going to close a bid at $39,000. You have a number for them so I can let them know, because right now they're in at $39,000.
50,000. What? 50,000, just so I can let them know. What? That I would pocket? Sell for.
Going to close the bid at $39,000. Bid goes on at $39,000.
Yeah, just so we can let them know. With 50 buy it.
71.1, 2004 Ford Excursion Limited.
Okay, I think they're just kind of curious what it does take. And so in the meantime, we'll leave it there. 39 grand. We'll come back and run down our top sellers. And hey, a new addition to that list just a few minutes ago. Well, we've had a change in the leaderboard in the last several minutes. Let's run down our top sellers. In the 3 spot, that 70 Boss 429 in Grabber Blue, KK number 2100. It brought $250,000 earlier today. And then one of only 308 V-Code Superbirds. That's 440 with a 4-speed manual. It gavelled at $275,000. That's a repaint of Lemon Twist. But as I mentioned just a few minutes ago in our previous segment, the big dog for today, 1963 Corvette split window coupe in ermine white, and that very desirable 340 horse 327 4-speed, backed it up, and it brought $300,000. And we predicted, Bill, at the beginning of the program, it was going to be a lot of American muscle and performance. No Ferraris in the top 5 today. All USA, baby.
Let's hear it for the red, white, and blue. By the way, I quickly want to go back to that split window coupe.
Yes.
We may have witnessed history. That was a non-fueling, non-Z06, non-big tank, split window coupe. Of course, it wasn't a Grand Sport. For $300,000. Maybe a new Mecum record for a split window coupe with that equipment.
You may be right.
Yeah, I do never recall a car with that equipment selling for that much.
Okay, that's good to know. You know what? We'll research that, and we'll update it in Indy if we can.
I'd love to know.
That'd be fun. All right. Always good. $25,000 for this F250 XLT from 1996.
Yeah, another one of these original trucks that we've had that have been well preserved and certainly look great and probably run just as good as they look and sold without much hassle.
I like it.
Yep.
Well, we've seen a number of the Lincolns, the Continentals from the early 60s. How about a Cosmopolitan from 1951 this time?
Yep, Lincoln was doing everything it could at this particular time in history. This is post-World War II, kind of reestablish itself as the premium brand in America. It had some stiff competition, of course, from GM and Cadillac. Only 857 of these were built, and this is the kind of styling, once again, that Lincoln thought would really kind of break through. This was so unlike anything they had built before, and of course, a few years later, they went in an entirely different direction. But this one, beautifully mechanically restored. The cosmetics, they're definitely up to snuff. Not a show level kind of car right here, but still something that doesn't really need a whole lot of money to bring it up to that level.
22 grand. is the high bid on that Cosmopolitan. What charm that car has.
It really does.
Love it.
You know.
Speaking of the good old red, white, and blue and patriotism, the Lincoln Motor Company was named for Abraham Lincoln.
Wow, I never connected the dots.
Yeah.
How about that, huh?
Never occurred to you, huh? Generational thing.
My God.
Oh. Here's a Chevy CST 1970.
Yeah, a CST pickup here with a big block engine. You've seen a few of these today, but it's a reworked 454 with a core can and Broadix cylinder heads. Those aren't cheap. 10-to-1 compression, Hawley fuel system. Intake manifold comes from the folks at Edelbrock, 4-speed automatic with a BM converter.
Oh, the houndstooth.
Yeah, there it is.
Love that.
Once again, all that activity going on underneath that conservative red paint job.
Well, 40,000 is the current bid. Trev Morvac asking for 42. And that is definitely going to be our final vehicle. And they will close the bid there at $40,000. So that will take care of our weekend with you from Houston here on ESPN Plus. Thanks so much for joining us over the last couple of days. Don't forget that both of these shows, yesterday and today, will be available in their entirety, commercial-free, on Mecum's YouTube channel beginning next Thursday. Up next, Bill, can't wait. Dana Mecum's 38th original Spring Classic from Indy. And our coverage from the Indiana State Fairgrounds begins on May 14th. Again, the JK collection on the 15th. It's all on ESPN Plus. That's all of our time for tonight. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, and our crew, I'm Scott Hoke. So long from Houston.
Yeah.